weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we take some time out of our days, on the weekend no less, and we sit back and we watch the furthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, because what we found out coming up on about a year ago now, we are 1 year deep in Socialism Saturday. Can you believe it? What we started finding out about a year ago when we first started doing Socialism Saturday started as a joke. It started as I discovered that a socialism conference, a real live conference that is called Socialism, was being streamed live on the internet, and it happened to be on a Saturday. And I was like, do you guys want to stream snipe this socialism conference that's being streamed? We could call it Socialism Saturday. And that was the moment that started it all. Because we have been watching, if I'm not joking, live on the internet. Sorry about that. We have been watching socialism on this channel ever since. And what we found out about a year ago is that if we go back 2, 3, 4, 5 years and watch the presentations that socialists, the real ones, not your CNN socialists, not your AOC socialists, not even your Bernie Sanders, who is Bernie Sanders even really a socialist anymore? He's perfectly fine with millionaires now. He's only moved on to being upset about the billionaires. If you watch what the real socialist activists are saying on the internet a couple years ago, those have become the talking points of the Democratic Party today. And so what we figured out is that if you just watch what the socialists are saying, and they put all their stuff online, you get a sneak preview of what's coming. You also get to start to understand where all this woke language comes from. That they're using in schools, that they're using in businesses in corporate America that have embraced the diversity training. It all comes from the socialists. And it's actually kind of funny to watch them sometimes because the socialists just think they're flitting about and they don't think they're actually making the impact that they want to make. But when you look at it, the socialists are the ones that are influencing the direction that we're all going in. And so when we take time to actually sit down and watch what the socialists are saying, and most importantly, to learn the language of the socialists, because socialists speak in a different language. They speak in code. You have to learn the language. Once you learn it, you will start picking up on it everywhere. Every time your kid's teacher says something that comes out of a socialist ideology, you're going to be able to know that because you know what the language means. Every time someone at your workplace does some stupid diversity thing that you have to go to because you'll lose your job if you don't, you're going to know where that's coming from. Every time someone on the news says something that uses the language that the real socialist activists use, you are going to be able to know the definition. And that is why it's valuable to sit back and to watch them. I know it's hard. I know it's something that not everyone wants to do, but I think those in the chat who have been around for several Socialism Saturdays, you understand the value in this exercise, because the only way that you can really understand these people is by listening to them. We don't listen to them in order to destroy them. We don't listen to them in order to be able to make little clips out of context on the internet. Of course, we will make clips every now and again, but that's not the point. The point of Socialism Saturday is to understand these people, understand their perspective, understand the ideas that they're advancing in the world in a real way, in a genuine way, and then to be able to look around you and see where those ideas are showing up. Now, before we get too far into it, we all have a very important task today, because it is Sin's birthday. And Sin is a valued member of this community. We would be lost without Sin. Sin provides us so much value and wisdom. And so I want everyone to go ahead and wish Sin a very happy birthday in the chat, a round of happy birthdays and applause and balloons and hearts and all the love that you can muster. Send it to Sin right now. Happy birthday, Sin. We're really glad you're here and you're deciding to spend your birthday with us watching socialism. We love you, Sin. Thank you for being a part of our community. All right. So what are we watching tonight, guys? Well, for those of you who have been paying attention, the American Library Association has been taken over by Marxists. And I'm not just saying that. This is not something that's just being hyperbolic. The current president of the American Library Association is a self-professed Marxist. And for those of you who follow the news, this has actually created a little bit of a backlash against the American Library Association. There are state library associations led by the state of Montana. Montana was the first to do this, but now there are other state library associations that are thinking about doing it, including, I just heard, Texas is going to do this. The Montana State Library Association pulled out of the American Library Association. And yes, that did happen. And we actually did watch the meeting where this happened live on the channel. So if you actually want to go back and see the Montana Library Association pulling out and leaving the American Library Association, we streamed it when it happened. And I wanted to cover this more. I just hadn't gotten around to it because there was other stuff going on. But essentially, so there started being a ruckus about this new president of the American Library Association several months ago, because she was she was and is currently still going to be a speaker at the Socialism conference that started Socialism Saturday. And so she is a real live Marxist, and she got elected to this position, and now state library association boards are rebelling against her. So I thought that we might take some time to learn about who this president of the American Library Association actually is. But first, I want to just acknowledge this super chat from not super chat, just normal chat from Not the Expert. And Not the Expert says, my mind has been blown from watching Socialism Saturday. I finally understand my snobby BLM neighbor, and she hides from me now that I know her language and her game. That's right. Guys, nothing scares socialists more than when you know how to speak their language, because they deliberately speak in code to try to confuse you. And the moment that you start to be able to see through the code and you know what they're actually saying and what they're actually talking about, that is the game changer, guys. That's when they really start to be afraid of you. So congratulations, Not the Expert. I'm really glad you're here. So guys, I have 2 presentations pulled up tonight from featuring the president of the American Library Association, because of course we like to listen to people in long form. I don't like taking clips out of context. I want to listen to all of it. I want to actually and truly understand who these people are and what they believe. So I pulled up 2 presentations for us to look at. The first presentation actually is on the YouTube channel of the American Library Association. And this isn't a new presentation. This presentation was given 3 years ago. So it's a little bit older, but it is literally on the YouTube channel of the American Library Association. And it's called The Afternoon of Social Justice: Her Story Through Activism, Women, Libraries, and Activism Q&A. And so the description of this is, in honor of the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage and the 50th anniversary of the ALA's Feminist Task Force, this panel presentation will look at the intersections and relationships between women, libraries, and activism. From early literary clubs to today's radical feminists. Radical, by the way, is code for socialist. Libraries have always been a haven for both women and activists. Hear her story from a diverse group of librarians and learn more about how this relationship developed and grew into today's current activism. And this is featuring our friend Emily. Emily is, remember, this was 3 years ago. Today, Emily, who is still a critical pedagogy librarian at the City University of New York, taxpayer funded. Emily today is the current president of the American Library Association. She wasn't when this was filmed because this was a while ago, but we're going to listen to her on this panel all about social justice through libraries on the YouTube channel of the American Library Association. And so that's presentation that we're going to watch, number 1. But I also wanted to get something a little bit more recent because, people change, they grow, they learn. And so I thought I would insert another presentation today. So we're watching 2. Now, this shouldn't actually be that much longer because this first presentation is an hour long and the second presentation is 40 minutes long. So we've watched presentations up to 2 hours, even sometimes longer than that on Socialism Saturday. So watching 2 presentations should not actually extend the time of our stream that much. But I thought it would be worth coming and watching something a little bit more recent. We want to make sure we give Emily a fair shake. A lot can happen in a couple of years. I am living proof that a lot can happen in a couple of years. You can change your mind, you can learn, you can grow, you can find new things. So I found this presentation from Emily that she did as a keynote at a conference 4 weeks ago. So this was 1 month ago. And Emily gave a keynote called Organizing for Change. Most of us have looked around our libraries and communities and said, we shouldn't do it that way. Whether it's cataloging practices that exclude and offend, collections that reflect only the powerful, or rules and regulations that keep more of us out than in. There are many ways our libraries can and should change. But how? Drawing on experiences inside and outside libraries, Emily will share tactics for making the world we want. And I'm going to tell you, I scrolled through this a little bit and I found stuff like this where they're complaining about right-wing tactics for book banning. And you guys know I'm not in favor of the book banning bullshit. I think it's bad. But like, she does explicitly address the right and the GOP and stuff like that in this presentation. And so we will get Emily's current views on, dare I say, her opposition. So that's what we're doing tonight on Socialism Saturday, guys. We are doing a deep dive into the current president of the American Library Association, both from back when she was just merely a critical pedagogy librarian at the City University of New York, all the way up to today, a presentation she did 1 month ago, talking about all those evil right-wingers and how they're trying to destroy libraries. Does that sound like a good way to spend some time tonight? Please mount that like button if you are looking forward to this Socialism Saturday. There is a shocking disparity between the number of you who are watching right now and the number of people who have mounted that like button for me. So please go ahead, guys, mount that like button. Liking the video on YouTube lets YouTube know to recommend this video to more people, so it'll show up on more people's recommendations, which is really the only way people are able to find my content anymore, because YouTube's going to YouTube. So please help me out. Please make sure you recommend the content. Please make sure you like the content. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. And I've got a couple more orders of business before we get into things. Number one, do please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You'll be able to get articles and resources from me breaking down the woke left's ideology bit by bit, trying to do it in plain English in a way that you can practically understand what's going on, taking things that are showing up in our current reality, like Brian Krasenstein getting pulled into a public struggle session, explaining what you need to know about that based on how the woke left works, how they try to gain power over you, and how you should respond if you find yourself in a similar type of situation. So you can go ahead and subscribe to that. You can always subscribe to my Substack for free. But if you do want to support the work I'm doing and keep me in business, because I'm able to do stuff like Socialism Saturday, because I am 100% funded by you, you can go ahead and sign up for a monthly membership of $8 a month or an annual membership of $80 a year. You will get access to premium content and resources, to include 2 Zoom calls with me every single week, to include access to my supporter Discord, where tomorrow night we will be doing our regular Sunday movie night. We are watching The Breakfast Club tomorrow night at 8 p.m. in my supporter Discord. I do hope everyone will join us. And how you're going to get access to my supporter Discord is by becoming a member, a paying member of my Substack, by becoming a paying member of my YouTube channel, like a channel member of the YouTube channel, by joining my locals as a paying supporter, or by joining my Patreon as a paying supporter. And tomorrow afternoon, I will be sending out on all of those platforms the link to join the supporter Discord. And so that's how you're going to get access to it. And I really look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for the Breakfast Club at 8 p.m. It's going to be a great movie night. Beth, thank you for the super chat. Don't forget to fill in the blank to the like button. You can mount the like button. You can caress the like button. You can softly stroke the like button. You can shake hands with the like button if you're feeling a little platonic today. You can do whatever you want for the like button. And I appreciate the reminder, Beth. Beth says, I canceled it as it was depressed because it auditioned for Thing on the Addams Family and it didn't get the part. What a creative interaction with the like button that you have, Beth. I appreciate the creativity. I haven't heard that one before, so I do appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. And then we've got Amelia. Just caught your Loomer stream from yesterday. She was on Timcast talking about white replacement. Sounded like the people you boot from your chat. Well, Laura Loomer is a crazy person, and this is why I don't fully co-sign Laura Loomer, because while I appreciate the fact that Laura Loomer does absolutely bring receipts, while I appreciate the stubbornness and the fire that Laura Loomer brings, while I will watch her rip Bill Mitchell a new one every single day of the week, Laura Loomer is still an alt-right lunatic. And this is why I don't fully co-sign her. This is why I can't fully get on the Laura Loomer train. But you know what? Sometimes you have to take with the good with the bad. I do not co-sign any of this bullshit around skin color because it is not what the woke left is actually doing. It's something that the alt-right is doing. It's not something that the left is actually doing. But if she wants to rip Bill Mitchell a new one, and it was beautiful yesterday what she did, I do think there's a lot we can learn from Laura Loomer in that regard. And sometimes you just gotta take the good with the bad, I guess. But no, I don't agree with any of the white skin bullshit. It's not even real anyway. All right, guys, the other thing I want to let you know is another way to support my work is to head over to the Unwoke Art Store, which is at unwokeart.com. This is my merch store. I got lots of great merch on the internet, to include the limited edition Trump indictment victory shirt, to include the All Tears Are Tasty line. I have my All Tears Are Tasty tumbler right here. We don't just drink leftist tears on this channel. We also drink conservative tears as well. And even sometimes, on occasion, libertarian tears, as it turns out. You can get that, but you can also get a whole bunch of other stuff in the Unwoke Art Store. I've got stickers, I've got t-shirts, I've got hoodies. I'm actually really impressed with myself for this, the way the merch store is turning up. There's just so many cool designs, but there is one in particular that I want to bring your attention to today, and that is the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. You know, I had to go do some errands the other day, and I found myself in a mall, And I very rarely go to the mall because, like, why would I? It's a mall. But I had to go do an errand that involved me going to the mall. And so I thought, if I'm going to go to the mall and I'm going to be around people, I'm going to wear my Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. And I did. It was the first time I'd ever worn this t-shirt in public. Looks great. I was really pleased with it. I got the black one. There are many other colors you can get, but I prefer the black. And so I wore this t-shirt just doing several laps around the mall because I was like, I'm here. Why not just like see how people respond to this shirt? And I got to tell you guys, I got so many like nods of approval, or like people looking like nice shirt, like under their breath kind of, or things like that where you're passing someone and you link eyes for a second, they go, I got so many looks like that as I was walking around the mall wearing this shirt the other day. It was so great. And so I want to encourage everyone, check out the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. This t-shirt was inspired by our very own channel pet socialist, who is Autumn. Autumn is our pet socialist. She's annoying as fuck, but we keep her around anyway because we can bully her and use her as an example. And Autumn did indeed inspire the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt, because Autumn's always in the chat trying to sow discord and lying to us about what socialists believe when we're watching it on the screen anyway. And so you can pick up your very own Socialists Always Lie t-shirt right now in the Unwoke art store. The link is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube, and I hope you have a great time wearing it around. You can get it in any color you want, to include pink, many pinks because it came out when Barbie was a thing, dark gray, we've got navy blue, we've got some royal blue. You can even get it in white for those of you who are always demanding that I have white t-shirts. That's available in the Unwoke art store right now, and I hope you guys pick it up. Lastly, we're going to get our socialism bingo card up. Here is our socialism bingo card for today in the chat. I will also pop this in the chat. Oh, we've got a lot of people watching on Rumble today. Hey, Rumble, how's it going, Rumble? Rumble, let me put the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt link into the chat there in case you guys want to pick that up. Oh, you know what's funny about this? A lot of the people on Rumble don't know that Socialism Saturday is a joke. I can already see in the chat on Rumble, they're like, do you even know what country you're in? Rumble, conservatives on Rumble, I need everyone to calm the fuck down. Because Rumble, this is a tongue-in-cheek named stream. It is a satire stream, Rumble. Jesus. Beauty drop mom, like, you be a bitch in my chat, like, you will get banned really, 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 really quick. Holy shit. The Rumble chat is, like, freaking out right now. She's like, Beauty drop mom is going to be our bitch in the Rumble chat today. Everyone on Rumble, please feel free to bully that beauty bitch in the chat. Because, guys, listen, Rumble, listen. For those of you who understand what we're doing with Socialism Saturday, like, you're welcome. For those of you who are too dumb to understand the purpose of this stream, you need an IQ of at least a 100 to be in my audience, Rumble. If you are just not, some of you just aren't going to be smart enough to keep up with the content. Well, why would I acknowledge you guys? All you guys are doing is shit-talking the stream that you don't understand. So I am more than happy to go back to ignoring Rumble if Rumble wants to do, like, see guys, this is why I have two rules in my chat when we do streams. Number one, don't be a dick. I'm allowed to be a dick because you guys are in my house right now, so I can say and do whatever I want, but you cannot insult me. You can't insult people in the chat. But more importantly, Rumble, no whining. Rule number 2 in my chat is no whining. I open up the Rumble chat and all I see is whining. Not from everyone, but from some people. So guys, chill out, Rumble. If you haven't been to Socialism Saturday before, you're going to learn a thing or two about socialism. But if you insult me or you shit talk because you don't understand what you're watching, then you and I aren't going to be friends for very long, and that would be sad for everyone. Anyway, for Socialism Bingo, click Generate Card. You get a free square in the middle. Then we go for lines or we go for corners. If you're really lucky, you're going to get solidarity twice on the bingo card. That is our own little version of equity. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Yes, beauty mom, I will call you a bitch all night long, and if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. That's over on Rumble. they're whining so hard. There's this one bitch that's whining so hard. It's funny. Anyway, that's what's going on with bingo, guys. That's all I have as a preamble. So we do have 2 presentations. Oh, Von Cobra Peter's over there. Peter, our king, is over in the Rumble chat now, calming everyone down. Thank you, Peter, for your service. All right, guys, we got to get into it though because we do have 2 presentations to watch today. We are watching the current president of the American Library Association. The first presentation that we're going to watch is about an hour long. Someone asked people on Rumble to watch, and okay. Rumble, here's the thing. I am not here to kiss your ass. I'm sorry. YouTube, I need to speak to the people over on Rumble for a second. Sit tight, go grab a drink. I need to speak to the people over on Rumble. Rumble, I am here to teach people what real socialists say and do. I am not here to entertain you. I am not here to kiss your ass. If you are disruptive in my chat, you will be removed. This is a stream about learning. If I feel that you are not smart enough to understand my content and you just continue to whine and complain in my chat, then you will be removed. If you are not interested in learning what real socialists say and what real socialists believe, and you're just going to complain and whine that you don't like my tone or that I'm not entertaining enough or that this is boring or yada, 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 you'll be removed. Now, people are trying to I don't know who WHG is. I appreciate WHG for saying that people should come and watch Socialism Saturday, but there is a purpose to this channel, and it is not to kiss your asses. And if you announce your departure, you will be quickly blocked. And I don't care about winning new audience members if you're just going to be dicks about it. Beauty Bomb, there you go. Thank you for stopping by, but you can GTFO. All right. Who on Rumble wants to actually learn about socialism? Does anyone on Rumble want to actually learn about what these people are saying? Or do you just want to shit talk and whine? The choice is entirely up to you guys. I appreciate new friends stopping by. I really do. But if they're just going to be disruptive and rude, like, I'm allowed to be rude. This is my fucking house. They're not allowed to be rude. All right, guys. Well, I will keep an eye on the chat. And guys, apparently there are a lot of new people, especially on Rumble, that are watching socialism with us today. These are real socialists. You probably haven't seen this stuff before. They speak in a coded language, all right? And so if you have questions about what they're saying, please ask in the chat and we will do our best to decode and answer what she's saying. But this is first and foremost a learning stream. That's what we're here to do tonight. And now let's get started, guys. Thank you for allowing me to have a moment there. All right, let's get this party started. We are watching, the first presentation we're watching is from 3 years ago. Okay, so this is a little bit older, but it is an afternoon of social justice featuring the current president of the American Library Association. She was not the president when this presentation was filmed. She was the critical pedagogy librarian at the City University of New York, which I think is still her job today, but she's also the president of the American Library Association. Let's get this show started.
I'm Sherry Harrington, and I'm the for 2 more days, the coordinator of the CERT Feminist Task Force, and I just wanted to welcome everybody, and then we'll get the panelists. We haven't been together since May 15th when we originally recorded the program in real life, so it's great for us to be seeing each other as well as having you all there. And I guess, should we go in alphabetical order the way we've been going, which would mean Emily goes next.
It took me a minute to figure out who would go next, but I guess it's D for Drabinski. It's that kind of time. So hi, I'm Emily Drabinski. I'm the interim chief librarian at the Graduate Center at the City University of New York. Talking with these three was a highlight of a grim spring, and I'm looking forward to doing so again this afternoon.
Hi, I'm Delana Hunter. I'm librarian archivist for Los Angeles Communities and Cultures and UCLA Library Special Collections. And I'm just excited to be here in person to have a conversation with you all and my panelists to see a little bit what's changed in our.
I just want to say over on Rumble, I'm ascertaining, because I'm doing these multiple things at a time. I'm ascertaining that real WG Grandpa brought people onto my channel. Yo, I appreciate you spreading the word, bro. I really, really do. But, you know, I run my channel in a certain way, and that's just going to be the way it goes. But I do appreciate you sharing my content out with your audience. I hope your audience learns something from it, and I hope we can play nice from here on forward. And again, guys, I am militant about my rules in the chat. No shit talking, no being disruptive. We're here to learn. If you have questions, please ask them. But I'm also not going to deal with bullshit. All right. Thank you, Beth, for the super chat. I have an idea for a shirt, Carlin. How about I am a socialist whisperer? Let me think about that one, Beth. I'm not entirely on board with it yet, but I like where you're going. And I think there's some potential there, but I do appreciate the super chat. I know. I am a socialist whisperer. I got it.
Perceptions or perspectives since we recorded this on May 15th.
And I'm Teresa Neely. I'm
going to turn down my mic volume a little bit.
University Libraries and Learning Sciences at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be switching over the screen so that we can watch the panel session from the Ailey.
If you're drinking anything fun tonight, please let us know in the chat. I'm starting with an orange creamsicle beer.
I'm Sherry Harrington, and welcome to Her Story Through Activism. In honor of the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage and the 50th anniversary of the Social Responsibilities Roundtable Feminist Task Force, our three panels today will talk about intersections and relationships between women, libraries, and activism.
I'd like to just do a gauge real quick. Sorry. And this is because I have so many new people watching on Rumble right now. Rumble, what do you think the 4 goals of the woke left are? And people on YouTube can answer this as well, but this is kind of like, I need to gauge where the audience is at so that I know how to teach you guys, because my YouTube audience has been watching me for a long time and they might know more. And this isn't an insult. Everyone comes at a different place. But what if you had to say what the 4 goals of the woke left are? What would you guys say it is? And YouTube, you're welcome to answer as well. And I'm pouring an orange creamsicle beer right now. I hope you guys are drinking something fun. I just want to make sure I understand where the audience is at that I'm talking to. I'm not trying to, this is not a gotcha or anything. Coaster Trek, that is not correct. You know better than that, Coaster Trek. Come on. What are the 4 goals of the woke left, guys? And by woke, I mean authoritarian. The people that we're watching right now certainly count as woke. Gain as much power as possible, I see on Rumble. That's certainly one of the goals. Yup. No, rare sense. That's not correct on Rumble. Brent, that is not correct on YouTube. You know better. Gray Grizzle over on Rumble. You got it. Search for Truth. You got it. Prairie Kid says abolish the nuclear family. That is actually, well, it's not one of their direct 4 goals, but it contributes to their 4 goals. I appreciate we actually talk about abolish the family quite a bit, but it's not one of their primary goals. It supports their goals. Okay, guys, the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Gaining as much power as possible means getting put into positions of power, either getting elected, getting appointed, etc., etc., etc. They gain power in some way. They've pretty much already accomplished this. They control every major institution in our country. Destabilize the system. They cause problems. Why do they cause problems? They cause problems to cause people pain. When people are in pain, they're looking for something to blame that pain on. Who do they offer as a way to blame that pain on? Capitalism. Once they've gained power and then caused problems that fundamentally destabilize our system, they say, do you know who's to blame for all of our problems? Capitalism. And what they're trying to do is undermine the institution of capitalism that essentially runs the United States, because they want to replace the system of capitalism with their little Marxist utopia, which they do believe is a Marxist utopia. Rare Sense, no, that is not correct. Rare Sense says, so the words are not the same, but the point is, no. Their goals are really, really specific. And the word choice I'm using is really, really, really specific. Okay? You can't just say anything goes into this. There is a framework here in place that if we have found works well. So that's what the 4 goals are. That's what we want to make sure we're on the lookout for. And Prairie Kid, you're right that abolishing the nuclear family is about destabilizing the system. Exactly. Correct. Or I think Peter Von Cobra said that. Still good. Oh,
So
wait.
as I said,
I think I had a super chat over on YouTube. I apologize, Rottweiler. I can hear the authoritarian kind of con screeching, repeal moi 19th, based on the first slide. Oh, yeah, we're probably going to get that today. That's for sure. Thank you, Rottweiler.
I'm the coordinator of the task force and moderator today. I'm director of Memorial Library at Berry College in Georgia, and I've been involved with Feminist Task Force since 1987. I'd like to thank the CERT leadership for their support, especially April Shepard, incoming Action Council coordinator, who conceived of and organized the program. And thanks also to Brianna Jarnigan, our ALA liaison. I'll give a brief overview of task force history, then we'll move to remarks from each panelist, followed by a discussion among them, and then finally there will be an opportunity for Q&A from the audience. The first ALA group to focus on women's issues, the Feminist Task Force, was founded in 1970 as a task force on the status of women in librarianship. Its focus was the collection and dissemination of information relating to equal opportunity for women in the profession. One of the first actions was a resolution on equal opportunity for women in librarianship, adopted by ALA Council in midwinter 1971. And throughout the 70s, the task force pushed relentlessly for ALA to adopt policies and practices that now seem fundamental. Support for pay equity, affirmative action, free childcare at conferences, inclusion of salary ranges in ALA job ads, protection from retribution for reporting sexual harassment, the inclusion of sex as a protected category in the Library Bill of Rights, and the elimination of sexist language in ALA publications. The activist women who led the task force also used it as a training ground to go on to fill influential roles within the organization, including ALA president. The task force fostered ALA women's groups, including in 1976, the creation of COSWAL, the ALA Committee on the Status of Women in Librarianship, groups such as Women Library Workers, the ALA Committee on Pay Equity, Lama Women Administrators Group, and the ACRL Women's and Gender Studies section all had roots in the task force. The task force also formed alliances with women's presses to get their books into libraries.
The big takeaway that you should be taking from this timeline is they have been doing this an effing long time. So when you're dealing with the left, what's important to really understand is that this is not something that just popped up in the last couple of years. This is not something that just popped up with Donald Trump. This is something that has been going on for basically a century. And so the reason that the left is so far ahead of where the right is, and the reason that the left always seems to be winning, is they have been working on taking over institutions and formalizing their policies and positions for damn near a century now. They've taken the battle of inches. And so even if the left loses an election, they're still going to win because they've worked to gain the institutional power by taking over the institutions. And so you cannot defeat the left by winning an election. What happens in 2024 will make absolutely no difference. Just like when Donald Trump got elected in 2016, was he able to accomplish anything of significance that really beat back the woke left's cultural revolution in the 4 years he was in office? No. When Donald Trump won in 2016, they not only won the presidency, they also won Congress at the same time. And then Trump took over the Supreme Court with his justices, right? They literally controlled everything. And they were still not able to make a dent in what the left was doing because they weren't using the right type of power. You are not going to defeat the woke left by winning elections. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but that's reality. The way we need to defeat the woke left is by being smart and going after their policies and their institutional power. Trump accomplished nothing, guys. Like, I see people on the chat in Rumble arguing with me. Trump accomplished nothing that hasn't been undone. Everything Trump did, basically, except for the Supreme Court balance, which, I mean, is like hanging on by a thread. Like, everything Trump accomplished has since been undone because they went back and they undid all the policies. So you have to go after their institutional power. You have to be strategic about it. You have to go after the policies. You have to go after the laws that they pass. You have to go after the policies, especially in school districts. Those are the things that are most often overlooked.
From the beginning, children's books were a particular focus. Members were deployed to the exhibits floor to look to see what the children's books publishers were doing. And there was a popular alternative to the Newbery Caldecott Awards, which became known as the Newcott-Calderberry Luncheon. In 2002, the task force initiated what's now called RISE, a feminist book project, to recommend books for young readers with significant feminist content. A recent goal has been for ALA to acknowledge the racist, sexist, and anti-Semitic beliefs and statements of founder Melville Dewey. In 2019, the task force introduced the resolution that resulted in the removal of Dewey's name from ALA's prestigious leadership award. Feminist Task Force is now at a critical moment. Where do we go next? We hope you'll be engaged by today's conversation and join us later for a follow-up planning session for which we'll provide information at the end of the program. Now, let me tell you a little bit about each of the panelists in the order that they'll be speaking. Emily Drabinski is Interim Chief Librarian at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. She edits Gender and Sexuality and Information Studies, a book series from Librarianship Press, Litwin Books. Delana Hunter is librarian archivist.
Emily is such a good little woke activist, isn't she? That's probably why she got elected to her position.
Collections. Her work includes improving representations of marginalized communities in special collections and working and supporting community archiving projects. This is her first ALA presentation. And Teresa Y. Neely, PhD, is professor of librarianship and assessment librarian at University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. Dr. Neely has worked in academic research libraries for nearly 30 years. Her most recent publication was In Our Own Voices, Redux, The Faces of Librarianship Today, co-edited with Jorge R. Lopez McKnight. Her current research project, Dismantling Constructs of Whiteness in Higher Education, Narratives of Resistance from the Academy, co-edited with the
pop quiz for the chat, and this is more for Rumble than it is for YouTube, but YouTube can feel free to answer it as well. They just said that this person did a project about the dismantling the constructs of whiteness. What does whiteness mean? What does whiteness mean? This is an important. I'm again, Rumble. I'm trying to gauge what you know, so that I know how best to teach you. But YouTube can answer this as well. What does whiteness mean? And I'm not going to give away the answer just yet. I see a couple of right answers in YouTube. Rumble, please answer. Even if you get the wrong answer, I really need to gauge where you're at right now to be able to understand how best to teach you guys. And if you don't answer, I don't know where you're at. Seeing a lot of right answers over on YouTube. See, what's going on is my YouTube viewers are now going over to Rumble and answering in the Rumble chat as well. All right. Thank you guys for the right answers. Whiteness means capitalism. It means capitalism. It means capitalism. It means capitalism. 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 Guys, anytime whiteness is not about skin color. And if you believe it is, I'm sorry, you've been lied to by the people who have taught you. Whiteness is not about skin color. Whiteness is one of the many, many code words they have for capitalism. Socialists don't actually care about skin color at all. The woke left doesn't care about skin color. They love white people who agree with them. They hate black people who disagree with them. And it's not about skin color at all. It's about who upholds the systems of power or who doesn't uphold the system of power.
In higher education, Narratives of Resistance from the Academy, co-edited with Dr. Margie Montañez, is under contract with Routledge and expected in late 2021. Now on to Emily Drabinski.
Thank you, Sherry. I'm going to share my screen. We're all getting
This is the current president of the American Library Association.
Talk about
Emily.
The future of feminist activism in the context of the present. So we're recording this in May in New York, and I'm in New York City, and it's hard to imagine ever leaving my apartment. But I'm hopeful that the conversations that we'll have today and then again in June at the ALA virtual conference will begin to see our way to a better and brighter future. So I just want to share a few of my thoughts on the intersections of feminist activism in libraries. And Sherry, I appreciate the comments you make about the FTF getting the Dewey Medal renamed. I was part of ALA Council when that came to the floor, and it was such a significant success and calls to mind a lot of the contradictions that I think about when I think about libraries. And
thank you, Cam. This is for people over on Rumble.
Work. So I pulled a picture of some librarians. This is a sort of stereotype of libraries. When I tell people I work at the library, I think they often picture this. And in fact, when I was first in the career, I used to dress in a kind of a librarian drag that looked a little like this, right?
Librarian drag.
With the high collar and the big skirt and the sort of curled hair like this, that librarianship is a sort of site of female employment and feminine work. And I think that is significant, right? That even though the leadership of libraries has too often been male, right? We are feminist. We are woman dominant. We are woman. I forget what the phrase people use. Maybe someone can remind me. But there are a lot of women in the field, but we tend to be led by men who are paid a lot of money to tell women what to do. But it is a site of lots and lots of women, and I think a lot of us chose the profession because of that, right? As from my own perspective as a lesbian librarian, that was a big part of
I was just gonna say, before she said she was a lesbian, I was literally going to say she chose being a librarian to meet women. I was literally gonna, she chose it because she thought that most librarians were lesbian, and then she was like, as a lesbian. So what we just learned, guys, is that a lot of lesbians become librarians to meet other lesbians.
Into the field that I knew that I would be around a lot of people like me. So speaking of like me, that like me is also racialized, right? That the libraries are racialized spaces and they are overwhelmingly white. So this is a table from the most recent demographic survey of 2010 that I was able to find. We're looking at 6,160 African-American identified librarians in a field with 104,000 white people. So it is a white field. It is a feminine field. Those two things together, and I think we always have to think of those two things together. And I know that for lots of people in the field, that's a given, but I think it's still something that particularly white librarians and white library leadership needs to think about, the ways that we can think these identity categories together. Libraries are institutions that reproduce social inequality, right? That is something that we do as institutions, and
Wow.
we are also institutions produced by social inequality. So
Libraries are institutions that reproduce social inequality. Remember, socialists do not believe in equality. They believe in equity, which is that they want to normalize all outcomes. The easiest way to understand this is when Karl Marx said, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, because they don't want a fair and equal and just society, no matter how much they say they do. They want a society in which outcomes are normalized.
right, so we both reflect and reproduce white supremacy and patriarchy in the
White
ways
supremacy
that
is capitalism.
So I'm looking at the clock and we have almost no time. And part of what's sad about this slide is that those numbers haven't changed. That over decades of work to diversify the profession, to make space in the profession for women of color, for Black women, the numbers don't.
Guys, Autumn is back. You
intractable.
can start
So
bullying
the sort of
Autumn
white
again.
dominance of the field is an intractable
Thank you, Autumn, for your
problem.
service.
So why bother, right? And as we record this late on a Friday in the middle of a global health pandemic, it's like, why bother is something that I'm really asking myself a lot. But I think this is why we bother, that libraries are also sites of struggle, right? That because they bring together women, because they bring together women of color, and the numbers for library staff who are not on the professional ranks, but there actually are a lot of women of color, at least in my library, often working in the lower paid parts of the.
Raquel says, is white culture capitalism? What do you mean white culture? There's no such thing as white culture. I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean when you say white culture? I can understand Irish culture. I can understand Italian culture. I can understand French culture. I can understand German culture. What do you mean when you say white culture? Because I don't really think there is such a thing, to be honest about it. Anytime these people refer to anything related to race, whether the term be whiteness, white supremacy, racism, white supremacist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, what they mean is anti-racism. We learned last week that anti-racism means anti-capitalism. I mean, they said it explicitly. Anything these people talk about in relation to race is going to be capitalism. Well, this doesn't mean anything, Suspicious Bird. There's no such thing as white American culture. And to be honest, when you guys say stuff like this, it sounds a little racist. I'm not saying you intended to sound like that, but it does sound a little racist because, like, Native Americans have been part of America longer than white people have, you know? So I think that making this argument about white culture, it's a bad argument to make, guys, because it doesn't even go to the core of what these people are talking about, because every single time they talk about race, so if they're using the words white culture, what they mean is capitalism. Every single time they talk about race, guys, every single thing they say about race is about capitalism.
Of the field, right? That's actually.
So real WH Grandpa in the chat, what am I knitting? I'm knitting a shawl. I'm doing a complicated brioche stitch right now, which is why I can't really show it off because I'm in the middle of a row. But I'm knitting a shawl in brioche stitch right now. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
A site where we could struggle together to make a sort of a better world possible. So I am in my role now as the interim chief librarian at my library, struggling with demands, and I think we are all struggling with demands to go back to work, to reopen up. And what I'm finding is that a lot of the conversations are about putting the women of color who work in our libraries at the front lines, while the white women get to sort of stay behind and manage from home, while our frontline workers sort of take the brunt of the risk in this moment. And it's hard to think about and hard to grapple with, but I think it's the kind of thing that shows us exactly what libraries could do. We could take that problem, and in the sort of time that in struggling to solve it, struggling to produce equity among these two groups of library workers, paraprofessionals and professionals, white women, women of color, women and men, if we can struggle through the kinds of divisions and produce libraries that are more equitable, I think we could go a long way towards producing equity in the broader world.
Ding, ding,
So
ding.
it's a sort of analytic claim that I'll make. I'd like to stop there and give everyone else my.
See, she just said that her goal was to produce. The current president of the American Library Association 3 years ago just said that if we can produce more equity in libraries, we'll produce more equity in the world. Equity means an unequal distribution of resources based on your race, your gender, etc., 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 from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, that sort of stuff. Rottweiler said, whiteness means bourgeois for Marxists. It's not about race, conservatives. They don't care about race. Minorities are just the new proletariat. That's exactly right. Now, there are a lot of words that we might, okay. So there are a lot of things that, like words that we might associate with bourgeois. Let me give you a couple of them. We've already talked about capitalism. We can talk about private property ownership, which they also equate as capitalism, right? Private property ownership. Who controls the power structure? If you're a landlord, they're going to include you in that. And for those who are new and haven't accessed my abolish the family stuff yet, by private property, they also mean your children, which is why they want to abolish the nuclear family. But none of this has to do with race. It's all code word for private property, bourgeois, capitalism, being a landlord, who owns the power structure, who's the business owner, etc., etc., etc. Thank you, Rottweiler.
My co-panelists a chance to present, but I look forward to the conversation very much.
Thank you, Emily.
So I'll turn it over to Elena. Is it you? I think you're going next.
My name is Daylena Hunter, and I'm the second presenter, and I am going to present from the perspective of African American.
Well, Peter, and this is not to be confused with King Peter. This is a different Peter in the chat. The people we are watching tonight do understand these ideas. We are watching real socialists tonight. Trust me, they understand the ideas. Now, you are correct that there are many useful idiots on the left who do not understand the ideas, but the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday are not the useful idiots. They are the true believers, and these people absolutely do understand these ideas, and they self-identify as Marxists, so they know where the ideas are coming from.
In libraries. So this presentation will discuss the role Black women played in library activism by focusing on
we don't listen to the useful idiots on Socialism Saturday,
Angeles.
Unless we make a mistake.
Matthews and Mamie Clayton were both part of the Great Migration of Black people who left Southern states looking for increased economic opportunity and social freedom. Both women were raised in families that placed a premium on education, and they both regarded their work as part of a larger calling. Both women were dedicated to improving preservation of and access to materials that documented Black history and culture, but they approached the task from different perspectives. And as we can see here, Miriam Matthews worked for the Los Angeles Public Library as a librarian. She received an MLIS degree or an MLS degree in the 40s, I believe it was. She was a branch manager, and then she was a regional manager. And so she had access to resources that allowed her to prioritize certain African-American initiatives, not only in the library, but also civically. And Mamie Clayton worked for libraries. She received her MLS through a correspondence course a bit later in her career. And she worked as a staff in library, and so she did not have access to the same type of resources to promote collection development or events and so forth that Miriam Matthews had. So Miriam Matthews was from a middle-class Black family, and was active in elite social circles in Los Angeles. She was heavily involved in Golden State Mutual Life Insurance Company community service initiatives, and the California Library Association Committee on Intellectual Freedom. She leveraged her position as a librarian in Los Angeles Public Library to establish Negro History Week events and to collect photographs, art, and sculpture by Black artists. Her legacy is preserved in UCLA Library Special Collections and the Los Angeles Library. So she received a number of awards and lots of recognition during her life.
So one of the things the socialists do really, really well that the right does not do well at all is they are, listen, the winners write the history, okay? And so what the socialists do that just like, I mean, astronomically better than like any other political group is they are constantly writing the history. They're writing massive amounts of books. They have some, and this is mostly for people who are new, so I apologize for people who've heard this before. Socialists write massive amounts of books. They have their own socialist book publishers that are specifically dedicated to only publishing socialist books. They have an entire network of socialist bookstores in every single state in the country. There are specifically socialist bookstores. They might refer to themselves as radical bookstores, but these are delivery mechanisms for socialist content. Those bookstores do constant trainings and presentations and meetups and gatherings where they are teaching this content. The library sciences, you're now seeing it play out directly in front of you. The takeover of the American Library Association, specifically to control all of the damn libraries, where these people have been slowly but surely building power in libraries for years and years and years and years and years. They document everything. They write everything down. They create collections of everything. They then work with universities to solidify those collections of everything. And it's really important that people understand this. Right now, what the right is doing is memeing. And I'm not going to say there's no value to memeing. I think there is value to memeing. But when you meme only, when the only thing you do is meme, you are allowing the socialist left to run away with everything else. They are the ones who are going to write the history. They are the ones who are constantly documenting the history. They are the ones that are creating the stories that will outlive all of us. If we don't start creating our own books, creating our own culture, creating our own remnants of what it's like to be in this time, then there is no amount. You guys can win every election for the rest of your lives, and they will still win. So how much do you want to beat them? Because if you really want to beat them, you're going to start writing things down. You're going to start writing books. You're going to start hosting meetups. You're going to start your own bookstores. You're going to start your own book publishers. You're going to start your own Substack. Write everything down. This is part of why I made Substack my content hub, because I want to be documenting absolutely as much as I can, because I've thought about the content I'm creating, not for right now, but for 50 years from now, for 100 years from now, to create some artifact of some sort of resistance to this time. That is part of why I am doing what I am doing. Because if we do not start writing things down, if we do not start writing our own books, creating our own courses, doing our own thing, mirroring exactly what these people are doing, then they are going to just wipe the floor with us. And it does not matter how many elections you win, guys. It doesn't matter how many elections you win. Elections are a small piece of the problem. These people have taken over the institutions, and they're creating all the content. That's the bigger problem.
From the city, from California Library Association, just from a number of different entities. And also posthumously, she received a lot of recognition. Mamie Clayton was also raised to understand the importance of Black history and the value of education. Her parents took her to hear Mary McLeod Bethune speak when she was 13, and that experience marked her life as an
fucking
advocate for Black
Goddard.
history.
Goddard
Ms.
was the
Clayton
most
divorced her
woke college
husband
in the
when he
world. It was
complained
like
of her
right down the
working
road from
too
me
much
growing up.
and continued to collect books, films, film posters, and other materials documenting Black history. She established the Western States Black Research and Education Center, which became the basis for the Mamie A. Clayton Library and Museum. She donated some of her collection to the Center for African American Studies at UCLA when it was founded in 1969. And Mamie Clayton's, right before she passed away, she established a deal with the city of Culver City in California, in Southern California, to rent a space for something like $1 a month or $1 a year, or some price, so that there would be a space not only to display the materials, but also to have events. There were spaces to preserve the material.
The other thing I want to say is, like, in regards to these people teaching all the time their ideas and their values. So, and I thought of this because this person got her MLS from Goddard University in Vermont. Goddard, I don't think Goddard still exists in this current form, but Goddard did exist when I grew up in Vermont, for people who don't know. Goddard existed, 20 minutes down the road from where I grew up. Goddard was the most far left, uber woke college that you have ever seen in your life. And what this made me think of is, I was looking around for socialist presentations a couple weeks ago, and I found this little small socialist group that was meeting in Vermont, basically on the site of where Goddard College used to be. And basically, it was a group of like a dozen people. There weren't even that many people, but they were having this meeting talking about all their socialist ideas and this and that and the other thing to this really small group of people. And they filmed all the meetings and they put them online on their YouTube channel, et cetera, et cetera. The point that I'm making with this is this. It's like, I think a lot of times people on the right think that organizing is about organizing these massive conferences, these massive events, these massive Trump rallies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, they think it all of it. And like, I hear this all the time about like the numbers are all that matter. The numbers are not all that matters. What the socialists are doing is they're having tiny little meetups. Dozen people, maybe a couple dozen people on a good day. They're doing them in bookstores all over the country. They're doing them at like small little lunch and learn things all over the country, where they're teaching their ideas to small groups of people, but they're doing it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, like every single week, month, whatever, all over the country. And so the point I'm making is that don't be afraid. I hear a lot from people like, I can't do anything. I don't know anyone. It's just me and a couple of friends, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, how can I get my message out there if it's just me and a couple of friends? How they've gotten their message out there is by them and a couple of friends, and they're just replicating it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and maybe even thousands of times a month all over the country in all of these groups that are tiny groups. They're small groups. So don't underestimate the power of getting a couple of people together and talking about your ideas, because this is exactly how they've built their movements. They've gotten a couple of people together, and then maybe someone brings a friend, and maybe someone brings another friend, and the small groups get bigger over time. But by and large, they're still relatively small groups. But they just do it over and over and over and over and over again, which leads to an army. Don't allow the fact that you don't have the numbers right this second get in your way of doing something, because it's the only way that you actually build a movement. Who am I voting for in 2024? Probably no one. Probably no one. The only GOP candidate I'll vote for is Vivek. If Vivek doesn't get the GOP nomination, I'm voting for no one. And don't tell me a vote for no one is a vote for Joe Biden, because if you can't deliver me a candidate that I can actually vote for and support, you haven't earned my vote. So probably no one. Thank you for the super chat, Gemini Rider. Do you think there was a split between the people that wanted real equality and socialists in the civil rights era? If so, what percentage do you think the split was? That's a really great question, Gemini Rider. I don't know. I don't know that I know the answer to that, because I haven't reverse engineered that era of history well enough to be able to give an educated answer on it. I do think, like, listen, it's hard, right? Because the civil rights movement had a lot of really valid complaints. Black people were treated like second-class citizens in this country. That is a valid complaint. I think a lot of the stuff that Martin Luther King fought for were good. Now, Martin Luther King was also a socialist, and who knows where Martin Luther King would have gone if he hadn't been assassinated. But I do think that many of the ideas in the civil rights era were good and necessary. So I think it's hard, right? I guess I don't have a good answer. I think that there were a lot of necessary advances and progress that needed to be made. I don't believe in undoing the entire civil rights era like many people on the right do. I don't believe in that at all. I don't like equality should be our goal. The problem is if someone has the goal of equality, which is everyone shows up and everyone gets a fair shake and we don't judge people based on the color of their skin. It's not that we don't see skin color. Of course we see skin color, but I'm not going to judge you based on the color of your skin. I'm not going to treat you differently based on the color of your skin. I'm all for that. When you're moving into the realm of equity, though, that's when it starts to become a problem for me.
Materials, and a lot of work went into making the space a viable space, but she passed away almost as soon as she announced this development with Culver City, and her oldest son took over and he was doing the work, but then he passed away, and then the youngest son took over, and he was, by that time, things had changed in the city, and the Mamie Clayton Library and Museum is no longer viable.
Only you and I are going to get that joke, Kurt.
And it's a great collection, but they were just never able to get the kind of buy-in that would allow them to remain viable for a long period of time, unlike with Miriam Matthews, whose collections are preserved by well-established repositories in this city. Okay, so Matthews and Clayton were part of a larger movement of Black librarians and library workers who worked hard to document and preserve African-American contributions to Los Angeles, California, and the US as a whole. Matthews leveraged her social and professional contacts to bring public recognition to Black history, while Clayton was known to dumpster dive and attend yard sales to build her collection. Miriam Matthews is included in a number of works documenting Black librarians, while Mamie Clayton is locally known and her eponymous collection is no longer viable. I used Miriam Matthews and Mamie Clayton to highlight how Black women in libraries approached activism in the profession. Both women used race and gender issues to bring attention to inequities in librarians.
Can I just say, though, like, one thing I really would like to bring back from the civil rights era is I fucking love, like, Black women with afros. It is such a hot look. I really want to bring that back in, like, the worst way.
And access to information.
Hey, God. Fish Addict says, would you vote for a Trump Ramaswamy ticket? No, I would not. Absolutely not. The vice president has no power at all. So you put a candidate I like in a do nothing, no power position, you don't get my vote. I am not voting for Donald Trump. It is not going to happen. It is not going to happen in any way, shape, or form. It's Vivek or no one, so far as I'm concerned. And the Libertarian Party has offered me no viable candidates that I can vote for either at this point. So no, if Vivek ends up as the VP, I will not vote for them.
Operated within Black communities and their family and religious spheres to advocate for equal access to materials and for equal consideration as professional women. Their approach differs from white feminist activism that did not often consider the effects racism and classism had on collection development, access to books, and professional opportunities. I hope this presentation encourages current and future librarians and librarian
We've literally watched Angela Davis multiple times on this channel, Autumn. I know who Angela Davis is.
Initiatives. It may be the case that good intentions fail to consider that the material realities of marginalized communities most in need of information and services. These are my references, which will be included in the recording. and this is me. Thank you.
She might be more of a useful idiot. I don't mean any disrespect by saying that, but she doesn't strike me as someone who actually understands what she's selling. The doubling of oppression, sexism, and racism in library information sciences.
Okay, I think you're muted, Teresa.
Socialists never know how to use technology.
Sorry. My presentation is the doubling of oppression, sexism, and racism in LIS. This quote from Mary Church Terrell, an African-American activist who championed racial equality and women's suffrage, gets straight to the heart of the stark but complex differences in women activists. These are just a few of the women of African descent, educators, artists, and activists in the pursuit of emancipation from.
So KS Mama asks, so if whiteness is capitalism, then would marginalized group be Marxism? No, marginalized groups are the proletariat. So when, who said it earlier? I think it was probably Rottweiler. Remember Rottweiler said in the chat saying whiteness is the bourgeois, the bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie in socialist is the ruling class. Again, the private property owners, the business owners, the people who own their houses instead of renting them, the landlords, etc., the ruling class. Marginalized groups are the proletariat. So remember back to 1984, right? The proles, the proletariat, they had the party in 1984 and they had the proles, the proletariat, okay? The proletariat is the worker. Marxists want a dictatorship of the proletariat. So they essentially want the proletariat, the marginalized groups, the oppressed, to rise up and overtake the bourgeois. This is what happened in China. So that's what they're trying to recreate. So no, whiteness equals bourgeois, which means capitalism, private property ownership, etc., business ownership, landlords, etc. All marginalized groups are the proletariat who they want to rise up and overthrow the bourgeois. Does that make sense?
Chattel slavery, women's suffrage, social justice, women's rights, including sexism, racism, and violence and civil rights throughout the 20th and 21st centuries in the United States. The Combahee River Collective was a radical Black feminist organization founded in Boston in 1974 by Black feminists and Black lesbians.
Yes, exactly like a revolution. When I say they want to usher in their Marxist utopia, they want a revolution. They will actually frequently use the word revolution. Exactly.
It was formed as a radical alternative to the National Black Feminist Organization, which had formed in response to what Black feminists believed was a failure of white feminist organizations to adequately respond to racism in the United States. However, the identification of racism alone as a phenomenon in the lives of Black women was for the collective politically insufficient as an analysis or as a plan of action. The inability or unwillingness of most white feminist organizations to fully engage with anti-racist issues affecting Black women paved the way for organizations like the Collective and the NBFO, and new ways of knowing and understanding the Black feminists. For example, the term womanism is a social theory based on the history and everyday experiences of women of color, especially Black women. The term was first used by Alice Walker in 1979 and later in 1984. This impetus was also driven by a distinct lack of support from Black men, particularly in the Black liberation movement, which was dominated by Black men. For example, it was not unusual for Black male organizers to oppose abortion rights for Black women on the basis that abortion was genocide for Black people.
Isn't that funny?
Thus, alienated in white feminist organizations.
Isn't that funny?
And white feminist organizations, marginalized by Black men and Black liberation efforts and other radical Black feminist groups, the Collective created what Taylor calls entry points for Black women and to engage in politics. And in this context, the women of the Combahee were not only making a political statement or political intervention into the feminist movement, but by doing so, they were also creating new entry points into activism for Black and brown women who would have otherwise been ignored. The Collective didn't coin the term intersectionality, Kimberly Crenshaw named it first in 1989, but it did articulate the analysis that animates the meaning of intersectionality, the idea that multiple oppression reinforces each other to create new categories of suffering. For example, we've all seen diversity publications and news reports using the term women and people of color as a catch-all for federally designated underrepresented groups. However, adding women to this group conflates the positionality of white women who, as Emily has already noted, are the dominating graphic in our profession, or demographic in our profession. Women of color know, and the Black women of the collective knew, that they did not see themselves in either group because they belong to both groups, which basically means they don't belong at all and they don't actually exist. There is no place for them in that narrative, which means every time someone drinks the Kool-Aid and lumps all women into the protected.
So how they're going to create their Marxist revolution, part of how they're going to do this is they teach people who are in their so-called oppressed groups that they don't belong, that all of society hates them, that they can never get ahead, that no one wants them around. And if you teach an entire group of people that everyone around them hates them and wants to oppress them and wants to keep them down, well, you're going to give those people a certain impression about the reality in which they live that may or may not be based in reality. This is how they're going to create their uprising of the proletariat to overthrow the bourgeois, is by teaching people all of society oppresses you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can't get ahead unless white people want you to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of this is using race and gender and sexual orientation and gender identity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to convince people that we are all divided based on these identity groups, because it is a specific effort to create an uprising of the proletariat when what they're teaching is bullshit. Most people don't care. Yeah, Beth, you're making a great point. Marxists are teaching racism. They are teaching sexism. They are teaching homophobia. They are teaching transphobia. They are the ones reinforcing and perpetuating these ideas. And the reason they're perpetuating these ideas is to stroke divisions in society so that they can gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. They create divisions so that they can create an army of people that are going to destabilize the system so they can use that destabilization to attack capitalism. Yes, exactly. When a group of people hears from everyone that they trust, their teachers, their parents, their librarians, you are but poor oppressed victims of the world and the entire system is against you, eventually those people are going to rise up. But it's not based on things that are real. But when you tell someone something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, it becomes real to them. Does that make sense? Jen, thank you for the super chat. We know Tim Pool keeps shouting, Civil War, Civil War, Civil War all the time. But honestly, I think we'll jump the proverbial figurative shark and start with a revolution again before the Civil War. I mean, that seems more likely to me, Jen. I appreciate that.
Category. Essentially, you take women who look like me out of the equation. And that is a violent act in and of itself. Quite similar to the colorblind theory that so many white people think is the key to understanding and is a valuable contribution to the dialogue around race in this country. It is not. It is another way that globally women and women of color in particular are silenced and violently removed from conversations and situations.
These people don't like colorblindness.
Black and brown women do not experience this world in the same way. We are not viewed or treated as being the same. And in the context of our street race, which is what people in this country think you are based on how you look or how you present on the street, it could be your skin tone, your color, your Africanized features, natural hair, This concept basically becomes another system of oppression on top of the multiple intersecting and interlocking systems of oppression that women.
Pop quiz. Why don't these people like color blindness? Looking for the chat and answers. Rumble, I'm still watching your chat. Why do the socialists not like the idea of color blindness? I basically already answered it for you, but you're going to have to repeat my answer back to me. Why do socialists not already like color blindness? I know there's a little bit of delay when I say something and when you guys actually hear it, so I'll give you an answer. Yes, exactly, George. Because color blindness doesn't allow them to create the racial tensions they need in order to achieve their goals. They need people to judge each other based on the color of their skin in order to achieve their goals. Yes, Puhashka in the Rumble chat, they can't divide us if we're colorblind. That's exactly right, guys. That's exactly right. Now, I don't necessarily think that colorblindness is a great term, if I'm honest about it. I prefer the term color indifference, because to say that you don't ever say the term, don't ever say, guys, don't ever say I don't see skin color, because you do see skin color. We all see skin color. If George is not white, okay? He's not white. I know he's not white. I mean, he probably pass as white if he wanted to, but he lives in South America. He's not white, okay? If I see a black person in front of me, I know they're black. Let's see. I have any good examples in the chat. If I see black people in front of me, I know they're black, okay? And it's the term colorblindness that does get us into trouble, because like when people say that they don't see skin color, that's a lie. But we don't want to treat people differently based on the color of their skin, and I think that's actually the goal. But they want us to see skin color. They need us to see skin color, because if we don't, they can't use race to create divisions, which is why they argue against the idea of colorblindness.
Color base across the board. The profession of librarianship has moved so far to the left in liberal discussions of diversity and race issues that the dialogue is basically watered down and has no teeth. I have no beef with defining diversity broadly. However, it is problematic when we can't even talk about race in our profession without including other non-race related groups in the conversation. My very presence as a Black woman in my profession immediately sets me at odds with my own agency as a tenured full professor, senior faculty member in my college. None of those accomplishments gives me the agency to act independently and to make decisions by my own free choices like my white colleagues seem to be able to do. Because my day-to-day world is governed by the white dominant agenda handed down by the white university presidents with predominantly white leaderships and administration, and upheld and perpetuated, perhaps unknowingly, by my white faculty colleagues and white deans and directors and departments and colleges across universities. Black women in librarianship have been activists and trusted allies.
Luna, do not disrupt and spam my chat.
It's mentioned earlier in this presentation, in addition to advocating for their communities, their colleagues, their friends and family, and themselves in a profession that is overwhelmingly white and female. Evidence of this particular claim can be found in the contributions of these women to the profession of librarianship. This is just a few of these Black female librarians who are and remain at their very core activist librarians, because in the world we live in and the profession they joined, advanced and made strides for librarians like me, they had to. This is only a handful of the passionate and gifted librarians who have blazed trails. Yes,
you are considered white to the communists, that's right.
Let us not forget the challenges they faced that contributed to changing the profession in a number of ways over the past few decades. There is still much work to be done, but it is intoxicating to be in the company and following the footsteps of these amazing women. These are my references, and that's my funny picture. Thank you for the opportunity to develop and articulate and amplify the voices of Black women in my profession.
This panel is so weird. I hope they get into more in the Q&A. For people who are new, the Q&A is often the best part of these presentations, because it's when they say the quiet part out loud. The rest of this is just kind of like we're getting through their stuff. We might learn a thing or two, but like it's more just, fodder. Okay, discussion.
Sherry, you're muted.
But okay, am I unmuted now? Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So before we heard each other's presentations, we had identified 3 questions, and I think we have about 10 minutes for the panelists to talk about those questions or to kind of
Thank you,
expand
WH
on
Grandpa. I appreciate it.
how those questions connect up maybe to what you heard in each other's.
Hang on, got a super chat from Rottweiler. I just want to say, so WH Grandpa over on Rumble says, I'm Black, just for the record. I know racism. I'm enjoying your teaching skills. You run a tight ship. I respect it. I do run a tight ship, and the reason I run a tight ship is I really do want us to be focused on picking apart as much from these presentations as we can. And shit posting and whining just gets in the way of that, and it doesn't allow us to do our job. So again, I do appreciate all of Grandpa's fans, friends, followers, whatever, over on Rumble today. I hope you guys come back. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Rottweiler says, Marxists couldn't care less about the minorities they empower. BLM hasn't been as prevalent as before. Why? They are already being discarded because agitators that prove to be too problematic are discarded. Antifa's next. This is a great point. This is a great point. BLM disappeared because BLM's tactics became too problematic. It was like with Robin DiAngelo. Robin DiAngelo was the patron saint of white fragility a couple years ago. Robin DiAngelo's still around, but Robin DiAngelo became too problematic because she's a white lady talking about how all white people are racist on video. And so she was basically disappeared as well. Is Antifa next? I don't know. See, the thing about Antifa is an organized thing. Antifa's not just like one group. There is a worldwide like Antifa network sort of thing. It's not just in the US, it's worldwide. At least over in Europe, there's a lot of Antifa over in Europe. And so are they next? I don't know the answer to that, Rottweiler. I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But your point about discarding people once they become problematic is really, really, really dead on. And I appreciate the super chat. Jen says, this could be a fun idea for a t-shirt because acronyms help with memorization. So I was like, and here's what I came up with. It's the PDCUM, Power, Destabilization, Capitalism, and a Marxist Utopia. I think it needs some work, Jen. I think it needs some work, but we'll keep working on it, okay? I do appreciate it.
Presentations. I'm just gonna sit back and let you guys, I don't think we need to raise hands and things like that. I think you guys, we've talked enough that I think you can go from there if somebody wants to maybe get started with number 1 about whether you do or don't consider yourself a feminist and why or why yes or why not.
I can go first. I feel as a, it's interesting, like after listening to the presentations from Delana and Teresa, it's difficult to sort of, when we look at feminist librarianship and the history of the feminist task force, it's without sort of grappling with the racial dynamics involved in that kind of organizing and activist work, it feels to me like a difficult label to take on. Not that I wouldn't call myself a feminist, but it isn't a primary identity for me, largely because I feel it is sort of marked by the sort of failure to reckon with the whiteness attached to that label, particularly in the librarian field. I think in different contexts in my life, feminist feels like something I'm more eager to embrace. That would be an initial observation. I'd like to hear from Teresa and Delana.
Yeah, I consider myself a feminist, and like you, Emily,
how do they define feminist?
It isn't necessarily the most salient part of my identity. The most salient parts of my identity are being a Black lesbian woman. However, I find that the term feminist and feminism in general is a very useful
Tonight we're
frame
learning that
and
all female
tool and
librarians
set
are
of
lesbians.
ideals and practices that help me navigate my different spheres, the different spheres that I'm in. It's something that people understand. It's a point, it's a point of departure. Because I speak to people who say they don't identify as feminist, and it's because of the racism and the classism and the transphobia and a number of these things that feminists and feminism perpetuates. But at the same time, I think that there's still a lot of strength and power in that term and in the word and in the people who identify with it. And so I don't feel comfortable distancing myself from it. I think we need to strengthen it by adding, making sure that we're including all of these people in feminist and not weakening it by moving away from it.
I love that idea of it as a point of departure.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that idea. I think the older I get, the more I learn, and as I progress and navigate through higher education, librarianship, life in general, my whole life and everything about me is Black. And so feminists, the concept, the movement, were not created for people who look like me. Just like higher education was not created for people who look like me. They just messed up and let us get PhDs.
I love the Black feminists. The Black feminists are so entertaining because they just hate everyone. It's awesome. Actually, they're fun to watch. So hopefully we'll get some spicy things out of her. Noah says Hitler Marx, Jew equals capitalism, and now it's whiteness. Well, there might be a reason for that, Noah. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
PhDs and get tenure. So, but I don't think, I'm going to have to give it some thought, but if something is created and it does not have me or everything that is important to me in mind, which for me is being a Black woman, it has nothing to do with who I, would want to partner with. It's just when you see me, you cannot deny that is a Black woman. And so those ideals just do not fit me. I don't even know if I find myself completely in the world of womanists or other Black radical feminist groups. I'm not sure, but I don't feel a connection to this one in the same way that you guys do.
Hang on, I got another super chat from Gemini Rider. Thank you. Newer here, so sorry if you've addressed this 2 million times already. That's okay. But at what point will useful idiots break out of the cult and how? Well, that is the question, Gemini Rider, isn't it? Because it's hard, right? Because I think that one of our main jobs, if we want to be so-called like anti-woke, or I prefer unwoke to be honest, but like one of our main jobs has got to be waking people up and getting them to red pill. Sadly, that's really difficult right now. Because again, for those of you who are new to me, I'm not on the right. I'm not a conservative. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I think that the right is just as crazy as the left. The problem is the left is more dangerous. But the other problem is, so I was a Democrat for 20 years. And again, sorry for people who have had to hear this a million times, but Gemini Writers knew we have to help new people along. I was a Democrat for 20 years up until 2020 when I left the party because I found, I discovered, I woke up, I red pilled, I found out they were being crazy. I wasn't paying attention before. Once I started paying attention, I was like, I'm out, peace out, whatever. It was a lot easier for me to wake up in 2020 because in 2020, the left was acting far more insane than the right. And so being on the left and seeing your own team act crazy and then looking at the right and being like, they're actually not acting that crazy. I might not agree with them on everything, but they're not acting crazy. It was much easier for me to wake up and red pill and to break out and to get to the point where I am now. Now is very different. And I'm going to say something that conservatives are not going to want to hear. Now, the right is acting significantly more crazy than the left. Now, that's not to say the left is not acting crazy. The left still does act crazy, but where the left was at in terms of crazy in 2020 was like up here. the left has tampered down their crazy to like maybe 50% of where they were in 2020. Well, the right has amped up the crazy because they think they need to amp up the crazy to defeat the left. But the problem is when the right amped up the crazy and the left tempered down the crazy, it made it a lot harder for people to wake up on the left because they're looking at their own team and their own team is saying, we just want everything to be fair and everyone to be loved and everyone to be accepted and da 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 da. Like that's really what the left is doing right now, guys, for the most part. They're saying we just want everyone to be taken care of and we want everyone to be fair. We want everyone to have a chance. And we want everyone to be accepted. And they might have crazy ideas, but that's the message that comes through to normies. What's going on the right now is everyone's a pedophile and a groomer and all drag queens suck and we need to outlaw everything and blah, 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 blah. And they're really angry and they're coming across as way more crazy than the left is. And so we're in this environment right now where I think it's much harder to wake people up because if you're comparing the left to the right now, the left actually, and I'll be honest, guys, like I say this as someone who does not want the left to be successful. If I go to a leftist event, as I have in person, if I go to a leftist event and don't tell them who I am or anything, and if they don't know who I am, they treat me great. It's a really nice place to be. Everyone is nice and accommodating and kind and thoughtful. If I go to a conservative event, I'm shit talked because of my weight. I'm shit talked because of my haircut. And this is real. So it's like for me personally, I'm actually treated much better by the left than I am by the right. And I say that as someone who doesn't want the left to win. And so it's hard because in order to wake people up, they need to have some place to go. And right now, with the way that the right is behaving, they don't have any place to go because the right now more resembles the moral majority of the 90s than they do the big tent that existed in 2020. So how will people break free? I don't know, man. It's hard. It really is. But if you want people to break free, if you want people to wake up, you have to give them the opportunity to do so. You have to make them feel welcome. But I appreciate the super chat. If anyone else has ideas about that, please let me know because I really do believe that our number one job is to wake more people on the left up. I really do. Rottweiler says, follow up, the moment the media starts turning on Antifa, we'll know they are being discarded by those Marxists in positions of power. Mao did it too. That's something to watch for, Rottweiler. The minute that Antifa stops being just an idea is the minute we'll know something's going on. Really good point. We'll have to look out for that.
Well, let's shift a little bit maybe, because I think you're starting to talk about what our next most urgent issue for activist librarianship is. And so maybe shift to talk about what you think that urgent issue should be for all of us, not just Feminist Task Force, but all of us who want to define ourselves as activist librarians.
I'm not even sure I ever. Go ahead.
I mean, I wonder who. I just wonder. I'd be interested in how that answers that question is different today than it was like 3 months ago. I think 3 months ago I would have said something much milder than I think now. You know, like right now, as I see the pandemic, like literally murder people, poor people, Black people, people of color, working class people in the city of New York, 20,000 of them dead. It's like the most urgent issue is like broad, large scale equity that happens like outside of the library. And so for me, it's like, how is the library a site? How can I make it a site for struggling towards racial and economic equity in my city, right? Is the battle over like curbside pickup in a pandemic the space where we're gonna sort of, our work could yield large scale change? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's think it's interesting that you mentioned the pandemic and the people who are most affected by COVID right now being low-income communities of color, but also a lot of these service industries in these feminized fields, right? Of which librarianship is one. So I think that's a very interesting question. I work at in a university library, and so I don't come in contact with the public like I would if I were at a public library. But there are still a lot of students in there, a lot of people needing help, and so yes, I think. However, I think the most urgent issue for activist librarianship is to completely like pull the rug from under the idea that librarians and libraries are these neutral spaces that can equitably dispense information and materials.
Hang on, got a super chat from Amelia. Thank you. On waking people up, if you talk to a left-wing normie, start slowly. Don't dive into WEF or grooming, or you'll immediately look like Alex Jones. That's completely true, Amelia. This is a great point. If you're talking to someone on the left and you start in with grooming and pedophiles, they're going to turn their brain off to you so quickly, it's going to make your head spin. Now, that's not to say that grooming is not a real thing. Grooming is a real thing, but it usually doesn't actually take the form that many people on the right think it does. And you're not all surrounded by pedophiles at all time. Not everyone that disagrees with you guys is a pedophile. It's just like reality. If you listen, I spend my days knowing I sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist on the internet. I really get it. I do. I understand completely. But like, you can't. If someone said to me 4 years ago, do you know what the 4 goals of the woke left are? It's to gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. I would have looked at you like you had 15 heads. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because people need time to understand ideas. And this is why on my Substack and why, like, on my channel, I try to just present evidence and present receipts and explain kind of what the language means, because I want people to be able to look at things and decide for themselves. Waking people up takes a long ass time. People have to overcome cognitive dissonance in order to wake up. So you can't just push someone into the deep end of the pool and expect them to wake up immediately. You have to give them time to think about things. You have to give them time to ruminate on things. You have to let them see how it shows up in the real world. And so don't throw someone in to the deep end. Yes, Reagan says, I have a Woke 101 series on my Substack that's really helpful that you can show people. I'm going to be adding more to that series hopefully tonight. But you have to go slow with some of these ideas because it's really, really complicated.
And services and whatnot. I think that many of the issues that we're dealing with when it comes to racism, when it comes to sexism, when it comes to whatever it is acknowledging that we're part of this system which treats people more or less privileged based on whatever racial.
Well, if you treat everyone who doesn't want trans kids to feel ostracized like they're pedophiles, you are going to lose. If you guys, most people on the left are not trying to actively transition your children. That's just reality. And I say that as someone who has exposed more legitimate grooming in schools than almost anyone else in the country. Most people on the left are not trying to transition your kids. Most people on the left do want kids to have resources because they don't understand the bigger picture of what is going on. And so if you walk into any conversation with someone on the left who just wants trans kids to be taken care of and loved, and you call them a pedophile, you are going to permanently lose them and they will never wake up, and it will be your fault because you called them a pedophile. Conservatives have got to stop using the term groomer and pedophile to mean everyone who disagrees with them. because every single time you use the word groomer or pedophile on someone who is neither a groomer nor a pedophile, you are making it impossible for that person to wake up and red pill ever. When someone calls you a pedophile when you're not a pedophile, there is no winning that person ever. And a lot of people on the right have been calling a lot of people on the left pedophiles when they're not. Okay, something's going on with the stream. I'm getting messages about it. Guys, is my stream acting crazy? Because I'm getting messages out. I don't know what's happening. Maybe everyone reload. Hang on. Okay, people are saying it's fine for them. Guys, refresh the stream if it's breaking up for you. I'm sorry if people are having trouble hearing it. It's not my fault, it's the technology. I didn't do anything, I swear. Okay, just refresh. Refresh. Hopefully it all goes well.
Category that you're in, whether that's your as Teresa said, street race or what your actual race is. I just think it's so important for us to recognize that we can't hide in our librarian bubble and say, oh, you know, we have these great ideals and we're not racist. Like, no, we need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge our privileges and move from that space.
You know, I don't know if I ever actually saw myself as an activist, but in the midst of this pandemic, Black people are still being murdered by the police. And so every time I see a murder play out on CNN or other news channels, that is a primary urgent issue for me. And what has been an urgent issue since, you know, long before Trayvon learned. And so it's very difficult for me to separate myself as a Black woman from the librarian. It's just one big pot. I can't parse it out like that. So the urgent issue for me is that, okay, I'll give you an example. When every time someone was being killed or gunned down, it was being played over and over on the street. Me, the only African-American librarian in my college, Native librarians, and we had 3 at the time, Native librarians. And we didn't have any Hispanic at the time, and now we have 1. But, you know, we had 1, it was a guy, and it's like, we would be in our offices and all this stuff would be happening. And of course, you're gonna watch it on the news. And then you'd have to go to a faculty meeting full of white people who, for them, that's not even an issue. That could have been my nephew, it could be my nieces, it could have been my siblings or whatever. Yeah. I see my family and all those bodies, Black bodies that are being, you know, basically murdered on television. And so for me, would be nice if my white coworkers actually could even empathize, but it's not even something that I think comes across their radar, but it's something I think about all the time, as well as my safety in this city.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately,
apparently YouTube is having issues today.
We are coming to the end of the time. I wish we had more time.
We're watching another presentation after this, guys. Sit tight. We'll do a little intermission, then we're watching another presentation.
Come to the place where we're going to stop now and revisit some of these questions and conversations in June when people get to come back together and add our audience can ask more questions. So Elena and Emily and Teresa will be back with us for that. So thank you. And it's going to be very early in the morning.
It's not 8 a.m. so that's good, because I thought it was 8 a.m. but it's 9 for me, so that's good.
That's 8 a.m. in Pacific Standard Time.
I'm very sorry.
So are we still recording?
Why are we just looking at Emily smiling?
Hi, we're back, right?
Are we back? Are we
Ah.
back live?
We're back live.
This is me. What?
I
June
can't do all
29th.
videos at
Yes.
once, Trendlin.
And this is me.
I've got a Nick
in
Fuentes video I
abject,
want to watch.
Like humiliation for cutting off Teresa in the middle of such an important and personal and answer. I just can't believe I did that, and I am so sorry.
Actually, actually, you did not. I was just looking at, I don't know why that is happening. I was looking at, I was so deep into the answers and the conversation. And then you said, oh, we're out of time. And I was like, what? It's like I forgot.
Well,
But I was just watching it.
There's a better way to do that. And at least your whole answer got there before it got cut off. But I feel so bad about that. I think that is that a good place to pick back up? Because that was May 15th. And that issue has changed that has really taken, that was just, it was like you were prophesying that we needed to deal with that issue. All of us, white people need to deal with that issue. And so I don't know what we have in the Q&A. I don't know what is a good question to pick back up with.
We've got one. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple of questions in the Q&A.
Trendlin, I don't know if I'll ever forgive you for that.
I think the second one is.
I'm working on it. Okay.
Answered.
The question that's sitting there, I think, is an interesting one. And Teresa said that you're going to answer this question live. Do you want to take it
Well,
away?
I didn't know if that's what that meant. I was going to say we don't have any of those supportive spaces in my library or in any library that I've ever visited. I mean, right now we're working on trying to develop some spaces for reflection, like interfaith, for people to reflect or pray or whatever, because all of us walk through our libraries, I'm sure, when we were actually on campus, and we notice people praying on the gross carpet all the time. So that's one of the projects we're working on. We don't have spaces like that. That's what I was going to write. What about the rest of you?
Grandpa, where are your followers at? On what platform?
A lot of reading lists.
I do appreciate you sharing my content.
That question about, so the Q&A question about where in libraries are you seeing the best response to police brutality and anti-Black racism? And I don't
see that question.
Oh, it's inside the Q&A.
There's two. There's Q&A and there's chat.
It's in Q&A.
Yeah.
And I only see two. Okay, I don't see that.
The idea about useless non-specific activism about BIPOC and libraries feels especially true now in the wake of the most recent BLM movements. Where in libraries are you seeing the best response to police brutality and anti-Black racism? Do good supportive...
So the whole defund the police thing is a very, very, very big socialist thing. It's not something we've delved into a lot on this channel, but like they're very big on police abolition, on prison abolition. Every time you hear like defund the police or things like that, that comes from real Marxists. That's not just like a regular leftist thing. That comes from real Marxists.
Spaces exist for intersectional feminist, womanist activism in libraries?
That's the question I was trying to answer, and from my perspective, no.
Yeah. I haven't. I've seen a number of letters saying that there is support, and I've also seen a lot of criticism about tasks.
Pop quiz for the chat. Why do they want to abolish? Why are they linking police abolition to race specifically? How do they get from slavery to police abolition? Is a better way to ask this question. How do Marxists get from slavery was bad to we need to abolish the police because of racism? Because that's That's quite literally the trajectory they're on. And I'm going to say this too. I don't like the police, and I think that the criminal justice system could undergo some massive reform. I basically think the police are a gang. So I actually don't necessarily disagree with them on the end outcome, which I know pisses people off, but I have my reasons for it that are not their reasons for it. But our purpose here is to understand what they think. How do Marxists go from slavery to police abolition? They think exactly, Renan, they think the police are linked with slavery. How do they believe that the police are linked with slavery? How do they believe that the police today are linked with slavery? They claim, exactly, James Jones, well done. They claim the police started as runaway slave retrieval service. That's exactly right. The police are considered to be the armed forces of the capitalists. Excellent, everyday therapist. Excellent. Exactly, Peter. They said that the police were formed to catch runaway slaves. Exactly. Exactly. You guys are so good. Exactly. It's all a result of capitalism, runaway slaves captured by the police. Exactly, guys. It's really important to understand where these ideas come from and why they exist. Because if you don't understand where the ideas come from, you can't argue against it.
Force and various committees that are being set up, not always having like the type of institutional power, like maybe there's no Black people on it, maybe there's no people of color, maybe there's too many people of color, and so it's like people of color are burdened to come up with answers to questions that they never, or problems they never created in the first place.
I mean, it's tough, right? Like, what would be the material change you could make?
And guys, I see people trying to debunk the idea that the police are connected with slavery. Here's the thing. Are they wrong? Yes, of course they're wrong. The police existed before slavery. The police exist in countries that never had slavery. They're wrong, but that's not the point. The point is that we need to understand what their arguments are, because if you don't understand what their arguments are and what their perspective is, then you can't beat them. And understanding their perspective is the point of this exercise. It's not that we're saying we agree with their perspective. You can understand someone's perspective without agreeing with it. Okay? Does that make sense?
I think, you know, a reading list feels sort of natural because we work in the library. I think this is a place also where intersectional approach that includes a class analysis is really critical, right? It's the end of the fiscal year while we're talking, and I don't know about you all, but I'm waiting to see what comes from our city and state budgets and how they're going to cut
really great point, Gemini. Great point.
And because of the ways that class and race are intertwined in this country, the people making the lowest wages in our library are more likely to be Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And so any sort of reading list that doesn't come with a staunch resistance to an organized resistance to those sorts of cuts from the bottom, I think can't begin to address the problem.
So Emily, the director of the American Library Association, no, excuse me, not the director, the president of the American Library Association currently, just said that any reading list that libraries create really does have a responsibility to give books and resources that would encourage an uprising of the proletariat. That's essentially what Emily just said. Because, and her reasoning is, Black people make less money than white people. And so if we create reading lists, we need to, you know, create resources that address the economic disparity, the class disparity, which is Marxist. They're replacing race with class to try to facilitate division, so on and so forth. We have to create reading lists that make sure people have the information about the proletariat uprising and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense?
I think reading lists are good.
I like a reading list.
But you have to be careful in what you are reading and who is discussing. And when you're talking about things like race and intersectionality,
It doesn't
the
matter.
examples that
It doesn't matter if you're not debating with experts. If you don't understand the ideas that you're debating, if you don't understand the source of those ideas, if you don't understand the language they're using, then you cannot effectively have conversations with people about these ideas. Because what you guys do is you argue a point that these people don't even make. A lot of times, people on the right will argue points that leftists don't even make. You argue points from your influencers, from right-wing influencers, pretending that they understand what the left is saying when in fact they don't understand what the left is saying. And so then you waste a lot of time because you've gotten it completely wrong. You have to understand the ideas in order to intelligently discuss them. And it doesn't matter if you're debating with experts or not. It makes no difference.
I've seen have been the people of color will read this book and discuss it amongst themselves, and then the white people will read the same book and discuss it amongst themselves. Because depending on what you're reading, it could be triggering, and it could make the matter worse. So I would be really careful with reading lists on these types of issues.
Mhm.
I agree with that, Teresa. And I think there's also this assumption that if I think racism is bad, that equips me to discuss racism.
Capitalism.
Right? That there
Capitalism.
isn't a depth of
Capitalism,
analysis
not
that,
racism. Capitalism.
that you have to
Well, there-
have to be able to address these problems.
I don't think there's even a baseline level of knowledge. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I've been Black for almost 54 years. And everything that I've learned and experienced up until this point in this Black body is what I bring to the table.
Mhm.
And everybody does not have that depthness or even have these conversations. These are hard conversations for folks who thought they were okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's this the ALA information literacy.
Emily looks like such a lesbian. I can't get
And
over it.
someone put they sent out a message, and the message basically was the headline or the subject was news literacy for white people in virtual protest spaces. Was that you, Sherry?
Yes.
and I kind of just started going through the answers, and some people just responded to them directly about, oh, this resource or here's this, but then some, and I'm assuming they're white folks, started to question, why are these lists just for us? And I kind of waited, and then a person who I think is white, I think he said he was white, he responded why, and then I responded to that, and I had like a list of things I went through. It's like, people of color don't need resources. We live it. We don't need to read it. And then, I talked a little bit about if you are shocked and outraged by the very public murder of George Floyd, but have had no idea that there are hundreds of other Black men and women, you might need your own separate resources. So people need to think about their positionality. If you've ever said or agreed with or stayed silent when you or someone said they should have complied with the police orders or they still be alive, you might need your own separate white resources. And if your response to Black Lives Matter is all lives matter or blue lives matter, same difference. So if you believe Colin Kaepernick was disrespecting the flag or the men and women in armed service, I mean, these are all the reasons, things we hear from our friends and colleagues all the time that they think are perfectly not innocuous, perfectly just not even an issue, but they're huge issues and they signal quite a bit. Just in the way people think and the way they parrot stuff back. I hear people at these protests for the president repeating verbatim things that he said, even though it makes no sense that you're defending being out in a pandemic without a mask. And, so yeah, that's just like
A question from Marlon Thomas in the Q&A, and I think this is like sort of the same question, but it's the only question that we should be asking. How do we go beyond reading lists, and what can we do to dismantle oppression? I think like that's, I don't know.
Yeah, one of the
Elena,
questions.
do you have an answer to that question?
What did you say? Do I have
The second
question about the reading list?
Yeah, what can we do to
So this might seem like a trivial conversation that they're having, but I really want to emphasize for people why this is important, because this is the type of stuff that Marxists do that the right really, really, really sucks at. They are having a trivial conversation about reading lists. Reading lists are not a sexy conversation, but think about that. they are using recommended reading lists in public libraries in order to get people to consume content that they are creating. And by them, I don't mean Emily specifically, I mean far left political content. Because again, and I talked about this earlier, socialists churn out thousands of new books every single year, advancing their socialist ideology. And I'll tell you guys this, they don't all have socialist written across the top of them. Most of the books that socialists are churning out, when they show up in a library, you are not going to know that they come from a socialist perspective, because they have different titles. They're presented, socialist books look just like normal books, guys. And so when you integrate socialist books among non-socialist books, you can't tell the difference between socialist books and normal books, right? And so what these people are doing is they're taking the content that's being created by socialist authors, making sure that content is in the library, not only making sure that content is in the library, but making sure the content is featured in the library, maybe on a display in the library, or on a reading list in the library, or in a book club in the library. At the same time, by the way, they're propping up socialist book publishers, because they're bringing these socialist books that the socialist book publishers are publishing into the library and getting their ideas out to the masses by including these books on their book list, by including these books in their display about how to be a good white person. They're including them in reading clubs and stuff like that. This is, it seems trivial and it seems boring, but this is the stuff that the left does that the right doesn't do. And that is how they get their ideas out into the cultural zeitgeist. Does that make sense? James Jones, thank you for the super chat. All you could see in the media is that the COVID is politically correct. It's safe to go out and protest racism. Well, there's a reason that it was safe to go out and protest racism during the pandemic, wasn't there? I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Dismantle oppression. I'm waiting for someone to have the answer. Maybe it's you.
Well, and hey guys, there's also
exactly, and Poshaka says in over in Rumble, not only are they making sure that the socialist content is featured in the library, but they're also making sure that contradictory content is not featured in the library. Exactly right.
Question from Betty Turok over in the chat that relates to this about I think that one of the most urgent issues for activists, and I have to.
Amanda asked, does anyone know the names of socialist publishers? There are a ton of socialist publishers. The main two that we refer back to over and over on this channel are Haymarket Books and Veriso Books. But there are a ton of other socialist book publishers. There are a lot of smaller publishing companies within this realm. But Haymarket Books is a big one, and Veriso Books is a big one. And we watched a lot of their presentations on Socialism Saturday before.
Just squint to see it. Activist librarianship. I'm going to cut it short. Even as the demographic ballasts are shifting in our country, the library profession remains predominantly white. Tracy Hall has indicated that she will work to increase women of color in our profession through an increase of funding from the Spectrum Scholarship Initiative. Do you think that is something that this task force could support? So do those things link up in some way? Is that the part of the best work that we could do, is to change the face of the profession?
I would say that that's like an eighth of it, maybe. Because I mean, but we can see by Clarence Thomas and Van Jones and Candace Owens and what, just because you have someone, right? Just because someone is African American, and even, what is that guy? I'm so sorry to have to say this, but they call him Talcum X. What is his name?
Sean King.
Yeah, Sean King. So people, you know,
I forgot about
they have
Sean
many names. They
King.
have a
I
whole
forgot
law.
about
It's
that
so
asshole.
hilarious. Check Black Twitter. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
So
Black
anyway,
Twitter is good for that.
Oh, whatever happened to
I
Sean
think
King? What is he
what
doing these days?
What really needs to do is we have to dismantle white supremacy, right?
Capitalism.
We have to dismantle
She means capitalism.
that lens that we use
Capitalism.
to look at and to value collections that we're building and that we're using to value ourselves as professionals and people that we're hiring. I think that's very important. The spectrum scholarship, I think, is very important. There also needs to be more done in terms of hiring people of color in full-time library jobs with pay, and supporting those people in dealing with some of the issues that that Teresa was mentioning. Is a lot of ignorance and lack of empathy around what it's like to be a Black person or a Latino person or a Native person or a transgender person in the United States. It's very frightening and it's very violent, and we're used to it, but we shouldn't be used to it. We shouldn't have to be used to it. And I think ALA really needs to put some teeth behind that kind of work of dismantling that white supremacy.
I mean, I think if the Spectrum Initiative and those things, I think they make a difference. But if you'll remember in my talk, I noted like we've gotten so far to the left in this profession in describing what diversity is, that what we end up with is a group of people who may or may not be white lesbians. I mean, that's because that's a lot of times that's how diversity shows up, you know? And so I don't know if it can just be the scholarship programs. There has to be something in library schools that there's nothing that I'm aware of in library school to prepare librarians of color or white librarians for what the real world is like and for what it's going to be like to work in these environments. I mean, we're all at home now, but we work very closely in long hours with white folks all day long in these organizations. I think for the Maryland question, how do libraries go beyond reading lists? I don't think it's a library thing. I think it's a people thing. People can read, you know, but people have to make good choices. Someone asked in the last session, and I actually, you know, responded to the question this morning, what could he as a white cis male do to support someone like me? And, you know, I don't even know if I've given that much thought, but I thought about it and I wrote back and I said that, what have you done for the people of color in your life lately? Like, have you considered expanding your circle? Have you talked to them? Have you done the work? Have you read, you know, got a hold of all the books that are being purchased up, you know, all over the world about racism in America? You have to do the work, and then you have to expand your circle, but you cannot expect the people of color in your life to educate you. That's not fair. That's unpaid labor.
I also feel like we're often talking about this as if the only people in our libraries are MLS degreed librarians, right? And that is an extremely white layer, but I don't know that extends to our pages and our paraprofessionals and whatever language we use to talk about the people who get paid systematically a tiny fraction of what even the person who gets through the Spectrum Scholarship makes, right? Like, I think a lot of this equity has to start within our own organizations. And at least in New York City, every library I've ever worked in, the people making the call are white up here. And the people who are subject to that are often in New York City, Black people, Latino people. I mean, it's like
it's a classic faculty versus staff divide. We have a huge faculty versus staff divide in this country. We have staff working in librarian positions, doing librarian things, but not getting paid for it. And when they have the MLSs, and so when you start to you have to look at all of those inequities. I agree, Emily.
Yeah, I think there's a question. There was a question about what is a challenge to activism. And I was thinking this, but someone in the comments mentioned, sorry to
my
shout
second
you
beer
out,
just
A.L.
exploded
Carson.
on me.
But when someone says that the library needs to be welcoming to people of all political beliefs, they always mean white supremacists or unreflectively racist. and they most always
Oh God, we're gonna watch that again. That was great. That was great. That was great. So guys, this is proof of how you know that when they say whiteness, they mean capitalism. They also mean like basically people who don't agree with their political beliefs. But this woman just said that anytime someone says that the library needs to be welcoming to people of like all political beliefs, they mean white supremacists. That was great. I want to just take a minute to take this. Thank you, Milo, for the nice super chat. I really do appreciate it. My eyes have been opened from Socialism Saturday. What I have learned is getting a president elected or controlling Congress or the Supreme Court is not power. The Marxists have real power, and the right isn't even trying to play the game. Well, the confusion, Milo, comes from the fact that that the conservatives think that power is ascertained through winning elections. The problem is political power is only one type of power. There's also institutional power. There are other types as well. Political power is very easily won and very easily lost. You can change it with every single election. When you get institutional power, that's for the long term. The right constantly focuses on gaining political power, temporary political power, to the detriment of gaining institutional power. And these people focus on gaining institutional power first. And if they happen to gain political power along the way, that's fine, but that's not actually the goal. The goal is institutional power first, which is much stronger, much longer lasting, is not like a temporary thing that is out of their control to keep. Once they gain institutional power, they keep institutional power because the right doesn't focus on taking institutional power away from them because they're too busy trying to win the next election. If people want more information about that, I did actually just recently write a Substack article about it. It is actually on the front page of my Substack right now in the Woke Mind series, and it is called, let me see, How the Left Plays the Power Game. It's currently on the homepage of my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and you can read that for more information. But Milo, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Let's just all enjoy this moment again, where this Black feminist lesbian librarian says that when people argue that libraries need to be open to a diverse set of perspectives, what they really mean is white supremacy.
But when someone says that the library needs to be welcoming to people of all political beliefs, they always mean white supremacists or unreflectively racist. And they most always are responding to a suggestion that the library establish actively supportive policies. So I think one of the biggest challenges is this tendency we want to say, okay, both sides have a valid point, and we need to make it very clear that both sides do not have a valid point.
Both sides do not have a valid point.
White supremacy is to say that
librarian
that people of color and women and poor people need to be pushed out of society in various ways has a leg to stand on. Like, we really need to understand that it does not have a leg to stand on, and kind of like that's we're not going to support that as institutions.
Remember, guys, the presentation that we're watching right now is on the American Library Association YouTube page, and it's on their YouTube page from 3 years ago. So if you guys think the American Library Association was just usurped by Marxists this year because they elected a Marxist in this presentation, not her, but the white lady, to be the president of the American Library Association, no. There is a presentation that has been on the American Library Association YouTube page for 3 years, in which one of the presenters argues that the right does not have a leg to stand on, and everyone on the political right are white supremacists, and we don't need to be platforming these people, and blah 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 blah. This is on their YouTube channel, guys. They say the quiet part out loud all the time. This is why we do Socialism Saturday. We need to actually sit down and listen to what they're saying to be able to understand what they believe. And this is from 3 years ago.
institutions.
Hey, I'm conscious of the time, but I would be interested in your thoughts on Becca Bastron's point in the chat that the MLS is a barrier to entry for the profession. Because I think we can think of it as like a barrier because it's costly, right? And it takes time, but it also seems like a ladder. And like, I wonder if there's some mechanism by which getting rid of the MLS automatically diversifies the profession. It doesn't seem to me that it would do anything like that. And so I've been wondering how to think about that.
Yeah, I think it would deprofessionalize the profession. I think that's what MLS has been about, is making sure that, you know, librarians were treated as professionals and given a certain amount of control over our field and how we want it to grow. That being said, maybe that's an opportunity for ALA and similar groups to step up and reduce the cost of getting an MLIS as a barrier to entering the field. You know, if people knew that they could support themselves while going through school or what have you, I'm sure an MLS wouldn't be such a barrier.
Well,
I don't think that the MLS is the barrier. Someone mentioned it, I think it was Celia, she says, even if we get rid of the requirements, we also have to confront the fact that the people making hiring decisions, filling librarian positions are largely white. True. It's the people who are making these decisions. We can deprofessionalize, we can get through the MLS, rid of it, we can do whatever. You know, it's the people, if they're gonna still hire all white people, and you know, where I am, we just basically hire white women. We usually bring in at least one person of color for most of our searches, but we will continuously handle the hire the white women. That's what we do. So I mean, it can be a barrier for some people, but if we recall a while back, Stanley Wilder, he did all of that research looking at the profession, and he said that he actually predicted that we would be hiring more people with skills, different sets of skills than just for reference librarian, instruction, acquisitions, collections. And those people are out there and they're creative and they don't have MLSs, and we're not hiring them because they're not librarians.
Hang on, Steven sent in a super chat. Thank you, Steven. It seems that so many of these Marxists are paid by taxpayers. Defund the Marxists, privatize the libraries, public schools, and universities. I agree. I think we should be defunding everything because, again, these people, Marxists, have gained all of their institutional power, a lot of it anyway, maybe not all of it, but like a lot of it, by getting themselves into publicly funded positions that are never effing defunded. I know that people don't like the idea of like defunding libraries, defunding schools, defunding all these things, but the quickest way to attack the institutional power that Marxists hold overwhelmingly is you got to defund it and start again. And I know that's not an answer that a lot of people like, but the alternative is that they are just going to continue to get more and more and more and more and more powerful, and there's going to be nothing we can do about it. So sometimes you have to take the inconvenient correct answer over the false opposition, I guess. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. Milo says, Javier, oh God, is that guy in Argentina, the anarcho-capitalist in Argentina? That guy's fucking based. So guys, an anarcho-capitalist in Argentina just won the primary to like, and advances, I guess, to the presidential election in Argentina. Like, that guy's based. It's rad.
Because we can't think beyond, we can't think that our profession has evolved and that we need people with other types of skills, because library school is not teaching us enough anyway. And
I wonder if those, sorry, Teresa.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Like when you hire those people with a different sort of set of skills, like how often are they going to be white people? You know, like there isn't anything automatic about it unless you make a concerted effort.
Because we're going to hire somebody that we need for data. We're going to hire somebody for you know, something else, 3D printing something. And those are going to be white folks who have had those experiences.
Yeah, and there's also this question of like reverse racism. I know it's fiction. I know it doesn't exist, but it's very challenging to talk about race when you're on hiring committees because it's considered, you know, discriminatory. But I think it's a valuable conversation.
It is discriminatory.
Okay, look,
It
50
is
applications for
discriminatory.
this job.
You are not allowed to do
this
this.
number of
Illegal.
qualified people are this race. You know, let's think about that when we're bringing people.
Isn't that nice that the American Library Association on their YouTube channel has a presentation in which they are arguing that librarians break the law by violating the Civil Rights Act by incorporating race into their discussion of who should be hired. What this woman is arguing for right now is blatantly illegal. It is not legal in any way. You are not allowed to consider someone's race in the hiring process
on campus, and maybe it shakes out that, you know, we choose not to. But I think if we're conscious of it and conscious of that lens in which the job description gets written and where it gets posted and everything else, then we can really start to say, okay, how can we make this better when we're hiring?
Yeah, I've been to so many of those like trainings where they teach you how to not be racist in your hiring process, but really it's about how to not get caught by the law when you're racist in your hiring practices. It's just it's compliance, and it's
the current president of the American Library Association just said that, you know, it's just about not getting caught when you're being racist in your hiring practices. Just if they don't catch us, guys, if they don't catch us using race in our hiring practices, then we didn't do anything wrong. Just don't get caught when you're being overtly racist and breaking the law in your hiring practice. And this woman is the current president of the American Library Association. Thank you, Emily. I knew we were going to get a gem out of this, Emily. I fucking knew it. Thank you for that overt admission. Let's just watch that again.
Can we make this better when we're hiring?
Yeah, I've been to so many of those like trainings where they teach you how to not be racist in your hiring process, but really it's about how to not get caught by the law when you're racist in your hiring practices. It's just it's
just really about how not to get caught by the law when you're racist in your hiring practices. Yes, that is the quiet part. That is indeed the quiet part. I'm going to clip this, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I'm going to clip this. I have to. You guys know I have to do this in real time. Hang on. This is like one of the biggest admissions that I've ever seen in a presentation before. No, hang on. God dang.
Racist in your hiring process, but really it's about how to not get.
Gosh, Emily, I'm not ready to record you yet. Hang on. Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. I just need to make sure my thing is configured properly, and because I'm streaming on the internet right now, it's just using a lot of my computer's resources. All right, configure recording. Yes, configured. All right, let's clip this bitch, guys. Let's do it.
Yeah, I've been to so many of those like trainings where they teach you how to not be racist in your hiring process, but really it's about how to not get caught by the law when you're racist in your hiring practices. It's just it's compliance, and it's most base and disgusting.
But it's also.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful clip that I will be posting it on the internet at some point tonight. This is why we watch the entire presentation, guys, from start to finish. You know, I was almost ready to give up on this presentation. I was like, they're not really saying anything interesting. Let's just go watch the other one. You watch the entire presentation from start to finish because it is inevitable. Even though the presentation is boring, even though we've already been here for 2.5 hours, even though you know, you have to sit through a lot of boring stuff. You watch the presentation for the 20-second clip in which the current president of the American Library Association says that it's okay to be racist in your hiring practices because as long as you don't get caught by the law. That's why you watch it from start to finish. And I know it takes a lot of time, but this is the only way in which we get them to say the quiet part out loud in a way that we can utilize.
You know, what we're told, or what a number of us have been told at my institution, is that when you voice a concern about something racial that someone has said in a search committee, that the determination has always been, oh, it does not reach the level of a hostile work environment.
We are still going to be watching another presentation after this. It's going to be a lot shorter, though. It's going to be shorter.
Saying, you know, and so that's the fight there with not even getting it out of the library building. It didn't even leave the building. It just stopped right there. And so it's the people who are standing in the way of progress. If we can get ourselves out of our own way, then maybe we can make some progress, you know, towards truly diversifying this profession.
I like that. Get out of our own way.
We want to take this last question and then.
But are we going to take any of these? Will we be taking all of the rest of this chat, and will we have an opportunity to respond to those?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask Monica.
Yeah. Okay.
Our ALA liaison. Monica, will we have the opportunity to kind of add answers later?
What do you like to do? Send a. I know I'll be able to download the chat, I'm pretty sure. So maybe send you guys the questions, send the panelists the questions, and then you can do some answering. Would you like to do a follow-up? What would you like to do?
Well, how would we get them to the actual people who are here?
I'm pretty sure that we can send a email follow-up with everyone.
Okay.
I just have to check on it.
It says that it'll be on the ALA YouTube page. Can we just
still is on the ALA YouTube page.
Yeah, we'll be putting this on the ALA YouTube page.
And still is on the ALA YouTube page today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our library is really dependent on social media platforms that have no interest in fact checking. I'm sorry, the question, how do we stop?
That is such a leftist question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm looking back at the open Q&A. Yeah, how do we stop libraries' dependence on social media platforms that have no?
Is there an example? Is there an example of that?
They're going to say Twitter. They're going to say Twitter.
Was there something specific? I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I think we don't quite get the context of that question.
Right.
So I'll say something about that in the Q&A. Any thoughts from either of you on Marlon Thomas's last question?
Is it in the chat or the?
Yeah, it's in the Q&A.
Oh.
How about developing more people of color and other minority groups who work as staff at HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, and tribal colleges?
I mean, you're going to run into the same thing if we're requiring MLS. It's like, I know that the master's degree is a terminal degree. So for us, at least here, that is what you have to have in order to have that rank or to have that position. And so I don't know what it looks like at other organizations, but there is a definite divide between this category and then a staff category, you know, faculty or librarian staff. So depending on how they can actually, if they can actually do that, I don't know.
Does any institution have the ability to, within their library or any other part of the organization, the ability to actually, so say a staff person goes to school, and there are institutions that will support education, because I've looked into that for my own institution about developing a tuition program for staff who want to seek higher degrees. But then they get an MLS. I have two people right now.
It basically is basically a pina colada beer
in a staff position.
It's really good. It's called Coconut Spritzer.
To create a librarian position for them, they're obviously qualified for it. And so does any institution, is there any model for that? Does anybody have a way that we could not only hire people, grow them into the MLS MLIS position and then make that position for them so they aren't on the job market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But does that exist anywhere?
Well,
I mean, we could make it exist. We could just decide, right? And
Yeah.
work to make it happen where we are.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at this, how to develop more people of color and other minority groups, blah, blah, blah. I think it's important to understand that people work at HBCUs and Hispanic serving institutions because they want to work with people who have a shared experience and shared things like that. The goal isn't necessarily to kind of spread thin communities across the MLS field. So yeah, like we can't poach HBCUs for staff because, you know, some place in Iowa. wants to have a
HBCU
black
is
per- like,
historically
that's
black
not cool.
college and university.
So
They're a good thing. I think they're a
Sherry,
good thing.
You know, we had that problem here, actually.
ML
a number of
MLS
years
is
ago,
a
I guess
Master of
whenever
Library
the Employee
Sciences.
Kansas online program came on board, a lot of folks, staff, were encouraged to get their MLSs. Now, what happens in these situations is you can encourage someone, but then they're going to expect to be able to, you know, get a job. And and over the years, a number of them have applied for positions. That's the other thing. We don't create entry-level positions in libraries. It's always, you know, all of the positions are a coordinator or whatever. These people that we are encouraging to get these degrees will never get jobs in our library unless there's something else going on, which has happened where I've been. Anyway, so what you could do is, you know, you always have
That's
to
an
tell
odd
these folks
thing to
that,
declare, but
that you
whatever.
can't move up generally until you move out, and that if you're going to get this degree, you're going to invest in it, then you can't sit here and wait for us to give you a job. You know how we do. You need to encourage them to go out and put themselves out there and to find a job in their profession. And that's difficult for people of color because a lot of times we're living, our families are everything and no one wants to move, so.
Yeah, I'm not going to up and move yeah, that's untenable for people who have like complicated lives. I do think like our organizations could do that. Like we could make a choice as an organization to fund the degrees of staff of color and promote them upon the completion of the MLS, right? Like, is there a model for that? No, but like we could make that happen and it would be hard and maybe we're not in charge, but we could organize and get enough of us to make that kind of a demand.
Because there's certainly the opportunity will be made to hire a trailing spouse for an important faculty appointment.
For sure. Yeah, no problem. My brother just got hired like that. Anyway, but I'm not going to air my family's dirty laundry. It's 4:40 and I have to hit another meeting. So how can we?
I don't even know how much time we had.
I think we're in the negative 10 minutes, but
they went over. They went over on time.
Monica has to cut us off because I think we'll go as long as we want.
All right, guys, hang on a sec.
Well, we're losing folks because we're down about 50 folks, so we are losing people.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much. You know, it's been so great to get to know both of your work, Elena.
All right, guys.
A little better. And
that is the end of our first presentation, but don't go anywhere, because we got one more and it's shorter than the one we just watched. So the presentation that we just watched, again, you can see right here, is on the YouTube page of the American Library Association from 3 years ago. But I really want to get to know the current president of the American Library Association a little bit better. So I didn't want to just watch a presentation from 3 years ago. I also wanted to watch one that is much shorter. It's only 40 minutes long. From this past year, from 1 month ago. This presentation is Emily after she has already been into the role of the American Library, the president of the American Library Association, doing a keynote about how libraries can organize for change. And I know for a fact that Emily shit talks conservatives in this presentation because I previewed it a little bit to make sure it was something that was worth our time. Emily basically shits on the right wing in this presentation. And this is from 1 month ago. So we're going to watch this one now, but just for a brief intermission. First of all, I just want to say welcome to all the new people who are watching me on Rumble. Thanks to Grandpa tonight. We got off to a rough start because I was a little bit surprised to see all sorts of people like commenting on the fact that I was selling t-shirts and stuff in the Rumble feed, but you guys have been a great audience so far. I'm really glad you're here. Just so you guys know, I do Socialism Saturday on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, Rockfin, and even on Twitter. Every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. This is a channel where we watch, well, this is a show where we watch real socialism content. These are real socialist activists. Emily is a self-identified Marxist. It's not like she's just like she's like even more than like your typical democratic socialist. She is a self-professed Marxist. We watch real socialist activists on Socialism Saturday to understand how they see the world and to understand what they're up to, and it's kind of like a sneak preview for what's going on. So thank you guys for joining me. I also do stream Monday through Friday live at 5 p.m. So if you want to subscribe to the channel, get caught up on some of my other streams, make sure you do mount that like button for me if you have not yet mounted the like button. Now is a great time to mount that like button. And I just want to remind people that the best way to support the work I'm doing is by heading over to my Substack, which is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, making sure you're subscribed on there. You can also sign up for $8 a month or $80 a year. I am completely 100% grassroots funded by you. And you can check out the article that's on the homepage right now, How the Left Plays the Power Game. This distinguishes between institutional power and political power, like I've already been talking about in this presentation. That's part of my Woke Mind series. I have a whole series of articles called The Woke Mind, where I break down the psychology of the woke left. I explain how they're going to show up in the world. I also do have the Woke 101 series that you can access on there. And I have all sorts of articles as well, including my series called The Day with the Socialists, which is when I went to a real live socialism conference. And what I found out at the real live socialism conference, that was a trip. So you can find all that sort of stuff over on my Substack, which again is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I'll pop the link in the chat on YouTube and on Rumble. And guys, at least sign up for free. You don't have to pay me money to sign up. You'll get access to all sorts of free content. But if you do want to support the work I'm doing, you'll get access to supporter perks, to include Zoom calls with me, to include access to my supporter Discord, etc., etc., etc. I also just want to encourage people, if you want some cool merch, you can head over to my Unwoke art merchandise store. And today, the t-shirt that I'm really pushing, because I wore it to the mall this week, and I got so many compliments on this t-shirt. This is the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. And it's just like, I wore this out in the wild this week, and I got so many compliments. I got so many nods of approval. And I wore the black version because to me, that's the best version. But there's all sorts of pink versions because people wanted a Barbie version. There's blue versions. There's gray. There's white. There's purple. But I prefer the black. Check out the Socialists Always Lie t-shirt over in the Unwoke art store. And you get all sorts of other cool merch as well, including the limited edition Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt, which I designed. The Chinese have now knocked it off, but I was the one that designed this. And not only do you get a cool Trump graphic on the front, you get on the back a printed list of every single Trump indictment so far. This was inspired by concert tour t-shirts. And so if you want the Trump indictment shirt, that is available for a limited time only over on the Unwoke art store. And you can find all sorts of other cool merch as well over there. And all of your purchases do go to support the work that I'm doing. And I do really appreciate it. All right, guys, let's dig in to our second presentation. Again, this one is only 40 minutes, so it's going to take a lot less time. But this is from 1 month ago, where Emily, the current president of the American Library Association, did a keynote called Organizing for Change. Let's just see from her, for ourselves, what she has to say.
You heard from Andrew about to be president of the American Library Association, so I will be talking with you this morning. I'm trying to keep my remarks to 30 minutes so that we have plenty of time for conversation. And then I head to the airport to Chicago for my crowning weekend. So I'm very stressed out about it and very excited to have a few minutes to talk about things that I hold near and dear to my heart and are the reason and the rationale for my efforts to win the presidency of that association. So I'm going to share some slides. Here we go. And this is my first This is my first time presenting on Teams, so if something goes wrong, someone will need to tell me. So what I want to share with you today is my vision for how we're going to win, because from where I sit, that has to be the guiding question for all of us. How are we going to win? It's the question that I wake up every morning thinking about.
Pop quiz, pop quiz, pop quiz. What does Emily mean when she says win? Why does Emily believe that librarians are out to win something? Shouldn't winning for librarians mean you put together a good library with a diverse set of reading materials and other resources that serves your community? What does Emily mean when she says we're going to win? Does anyone have any ideas? Defeat capitalism. I think that's a good bet, Bod. Destabilization. Yup. Defeat capitalism. Winning the social narrative. I think that that's a really good guess. Marxist utopia. Win equals revolution. Usher in their Marxist utopia. They set the narrative. Yup. Usher in Marxist utopia. Overthrow capitalism by teaching Marxism. Exactly, guys. Well done. Well done.
What kind of world do we want? We want a world where public institutions like libraries are fully funded, fully resourced, fully supported so that they can best serve our communities. So I'm talking to you this morning.
Emily doesn't mean serving everyone in the community. She means serving the political left in the community. And we know that because of the last presentation. They do not believe that people who don't agree with their political ideology are like real people.
My home in Brooklyn, New York, where I'm a patron of the Brooklyn Public Library. I have a 15-year-old who is a teen patron of those libraries, and the degree to which we are a literate family has everything to do with libraries, both the school libraries, the academic libraries, and the public libraries. Just to frame out a little bit about how I think about these issues, I'm a librarian in New York City. I work for the City University of New York,
taxpayer-funded position,
the largest urban university system in the United States. We have 26 campuses serving 250,000 students with 20,000 faculty, and I'm a member of that faculty. We produce, the City University of New York, 80% of teachers in the public schools, K-12 schools here in New York City.
So just think about that for a second. Emily, self-professed Marxist, president of the American Library Association, is also a critical pedagogy librarian for the City of New York University system, which produces the vast majority of public school teachers in New York City. Do you wonder why public schools are taught and led by people who are incredibly woke? She just told you. Because they're producing the teachers. And someone said over on Rumble too, someone said, Barb Walk says, it starts in the schools. Everything starts in the schools, guys. You have got to get your kids out of public school. If you have kids in public school, you've got to get them out. I know that that's not convenient for a lot of people. I know it's not what you want to hear, but the public schools are not fixable because they've been completely corrupted by this.
And those public schools produce 80% of CUNY students. We are tightly linked to one another. On any given day,
isn't that nice?
Any given school day, today is a Wednesday, so this is a school day. On any given school day, 1 in every 300 Americans is sitting inside of a New York City Department of Education classroom. The school librarians and the academic librarians are tightly linked in producing the people, the public of New York City through our efforts in these two spots. And then we have the 3 major public library systems, New York Public, Brooklyn Public, and Queensborough Public Library. The 3 of those together serve 55 million patrons a year. The size and scope of what libraries do in all sectors to produce a literate New York City is extraordinary. We provide access to broadband internet, we provide access to reading materials, heated in the winter and cooled in the summer public spaces, staplers mostly that work. And if they don't work, you can come and ask us and we can get you another one. All of these things are made by libraries. So the question for me is, how do I get more of that? How do I get more libraries? Because the world I want is one where libraries are at the heart of every community, that library workers are seen as the stewards of the public good and the people who circulate public resources and have what they need to do that job well and embedded in the community so that we can best sort of make the world we want. So that's like the question that drives me every day. How are we going to get more library? How are we going to get more of the things in the world that I care about, right? Every inch of the city of New York that is a library, public, school, or academic, is an inch of the city that is not a prison, that is not a jail, that is not a parking lot. So if we expand that footprint, we expand access to the public good for everyone. So how are we going to get there?
Kurt, you are welcome to bully Autumn as much as you want. Autumn is
the ways that I'm having to ask.
Autumn is exempt from rules of the chat. If you're I'm making a new rule. Autumn, because you've pissed me off so much and I don't want to block you because you are just like so educational for my chat about what socialists believe. Autumn is exempt from the no bullying rule in my chat. You guys can bully Autumn all you want. I don't even care. And Autumn, you keep coming around, so you get what you deserve, okay? Stop gaslighting my chat.
Those questions now in the United States. And I'd love to hear in the Q&A.
For those who don't know or are new to me, Autumn is our pet socialist on YouTube. Like, she's a socialist that comes to all my streams, and she causes disruption in my chat. And so normally I don't allow bullying in my chat or shit posting or things like that. But like, socialists are exempt from all rules, and I don't even care. And so that's why. But no insulting people who are not socialists in my chat, okay? That rule still stands. But if you are a socialist, as Autumn is, then there is exceptions to the rules, and I get to make the rules because it's my house.
If these are the sort of organized pro-censorship movement that we are facing in the US, the rise of political extremism on the right is something that you are facing. It is something that consumes my everyday. I've served as president-elect of the American Library Association for the past year. And in that time, I have visited or talked with hundreds of library workers.
I can do that, Autumn.
What they're facing
I can, and I did.
of their libraries. The slide that you're seeing now is from a case in Boundary County, Idaho, which is the northern part of my home state of Idaho. What's her name? Kimber Glidden was the library director there, and was targeted by the armed right. So one of the differences about the right in the United States is that they're heavily
Hang on.
armed.
I need to rewind a little bit because I was talking more about bullying Autumn and I wasn't paying attention, and now she's shit talking the right. So I'm sorry. We need to watch this again because I wasn't paying attention because I was talking about bullying Autumn.
In the Q&A.
Hang on.
If these are the sort of organized pro-censorship movement that we are facing in the US, the rise of political extremism on the right is something that you are facing. It is something that consumes my everyday. I've served
political
as president-elect of the American
consumes
Library
her every
Association
day.
for the past year. And in that time, I have visited or talked with hundreds of library workers about what they're facing on the front lines of their libraries. The slide that you're seeing now is from a case in Boundary County, Idaho, which is the northern part of my home state of Idaho. What's her name? Kimber Glidden was the library director there. And
hang on, I got a super chat coming in from the Philosophist. Thank you. It's ironic and disconcerting that these people are worried they're not winning and conservative influencers are doing Yo, this is the truth. Listen, conservatives, people watching over on Rumble, if you guys are under the impression that conservatives are winning, that is not true. These people are kicking your asses. Now, the ironic thing is these people believe they're losing when they're actually winning, and conservatives seem to believe they're winning when they're actually losing. And one of those beliefs is more dangerous than the other. Because people who think they're losing, these people are going to fight to win. But people who already think they're winning when they're not are going to become complacent. And even though I'm not on your team politically, conservatives, I actually think that these people are like a much bigger problem than you guys. And so I need conservatives to shake themselves out of complacency, realize that they are not winning, realize that every time Tim Pool tells you you guys are winning, it's bullshit because he wants you to give him money. And I need you guys to get in the game because these people that you call libtards are kicking your ass and you don't even know it because your influencers like Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec and all of the right-wing bullshit squad are lying to you. I want you to win, conservatives. I really do. Well, at least I want you to beat these people. I don't know if I want you to win, but I want you to beat these people. And if you guys are being complacent because you think you're winning and you think the tide is turning, it is not. Because these people have institutional power that you don't have.
Was targeted by the armed right. So one of the differences about the right in the United States is that they're heavily, heavily armed. And they had taken over every part of the city and county government in.
Hang on, Gemini Rider, super chat. Do you think the parallel economy, the tanking of certain corporations have potential? The problem with a parallel economy is like, it's really hard to build. So I don't have any problem. I think a better plan is to change culture by existing within the current economy and trying to influence like new culture through new products and new plays and new creations and new things like that. I don't think a parallel economy is going to work at a mass scale because it's too difficult to build and takes too long. I have no problem though with conservatives launching their own products. I like this whole Public Square thing. Like Public Square is a company that like basically like promotes like conservative products. I think that that's a good idea. I think that conservatives and like right-leaning people are, and not even just conservatives. I use the term conservative colloquially to include anyone that's not these people. So that's what I mean when I say that. I think there's potential in terms of like, that's what I try to do with my merch, with like my Unwoke art merch. I'm actually specifically trying to create things that I think are pushing back on the culture. I'm specifically trying to create things to teach people what's going on. I think that has more potential. But I think more people need to be doing it is the thing. Like create products that people like, create plays, create movies, create TV shows, create music. There are some people doing this. There's not enough people doing this. And I think if you can find a way to exist within the current economy, that's going to be much better than trying to create your own separate economy, because that's going to be much harder. Dan, hey Dan, thank you. Guys, shout out to Dan, because Dan has been doing the yeoman's work of building a new library association to directly compete with the ALA. Dan is one of the people that really pushed the Montana State Library Association into leaving the American Library Association. He's been on the front lines of fighting back against Emily's nonsense. So everyone, make sure you follow Dan on Twitter. He does a great job on Twitter of updating what's going on with the American Library Association. He's been on the front lines of this. He knows what's going on. He has a wealth of information. Dan says this speech reveals ALA will use resources to ensure children are indoctrinated. The World Library Association at W Library A was created to counter this. Guys, please all make sure you're going and following the at W Library A account, which is the World Library Association that Dan is heading to directly compete with the American Library Association. Go support the work he's doing. It's really, really important, guys. Listen, You want to talk about creating parallel economies? Before you try to create your own separate economy, what you need to do is support people out there in activist roles who are creating things and building things to directly counter and compete with what the left is doing. Dan is one of those people. He is an invaluable warrior in this fight. Let's all make sure we are supporting the real activists that are out there doing the work. Thank you, Dan. I really appreciate it. We'll touch base at some point soon. I appreciate the super chat.
Boundary County. They owned the school board. They owned the city council, the sheriff's office, right? Each of those public bodies had been taken over by political extremists who have a sort of far right, white supremacist, fascist,
far right, white supremacist, fascist
politics, right? They want to control the region. So Kimber's trying to run a library in this context, and libraries are fundamentally about access to ideas, free inquiry, freedom of information, freedom to have ideas, to read about ourselves, to read, as a queer person who has read a lot of queer books, to try to both understand who I am, but also just because it's fun and frothy to read about gay people doing gay things, I have a right to read those materials, and the library has an obligation to provide those to me as part of the public that they serve. So in this case, the library was targeted for its for this list of 300 books that the pro-censorship advocates have come up with in the US. And they are going sort of library by library in a pretty coordinated effort to remove.
I do want to have Dan on the channel at some point. He's rather busy right now starting his new library association, but Dan is welcome on the channel anytime. And Dan, if you want to come on the channel, we can coordinate a time. I'm happy to do so. It's something I've been meaning to do, but I know you've been busy, I've been busy. But anytime you want to talk, I'm more than happy to have you on the stream.
Books about LGBTQ plus experience, about Black experience, about the experiences of people of color, of people of a variety of genders, and have really been pushing to get these books completely out of the library. So they do that by running and taking over the library board. They do that by filing challenges, lots and lots of them, and that's what happened to Kimber. They filed a challenge on this list of 300 books that they said were pornographic and dangerous to children, books that represent queer life, that represent Black life. The problem for Kimber was that she couldn't comply with their demands to censor those materials because the library didn't even collect them. They parked outside of her home with guns. They followed her home, her and her staff home at night. They terrorized the library.
Listen, guys. Now, I don't necessarily believe that what Emily is saying is true. So again, socialists always lie. I literally made a t-shirt that says socialists always lie. So I don't necessarily believe that what Emily is saying is true. But guys, do not follow people around with guns. If it is true, don't follow people around with guns. You don't serve our side well if you're parking outside of people's houses and trying to intimidate them. It's just bad strategy, guys. It's not going to work, and it's always going to be used against you. Now, I don't necessarily believe Emily. I'm not suggesting that what she's saying is the hard and fast truth. I'm just saying that just in case there's anyone who thinks that stuff like that is a good idea, please don't do that. It's a bad idea.
Workers, and eventually pushed Kimber to leave the library. She, I keep up to date with her because I can't believe what happened to her, and she's having difficulty even finding employment in the region, given the reach and the scope of the sort of the takeover of that part of our country by extremists. So that's the sort of question I have. I'd love to be asking affirmative questions about how we're going to win, but right now the very well organized right has us a bit back on our heels. And it's everywhere. It's not just Idaho. It's in Michigan. It's in Missouri, the state of Missouri, in response to a lawsuit that was filed by the ACLU on behalf of Missouri libraries to sort of to contest a bill that gave parents the right to review school library materials, which is, a restriction on the right of children to read, and also just an incursion on the professionalism of libraries. We are trained to select materials. That's sort of our whole job. But in response to this lawsuit that was filed on behalf of the Missouri Library Association, the House of Representatives passed a budget that cut all state funding for public libraries, $4.5 million in state funds. And in the US, federal funds for libraries are tied to state funds. So by cutting the state funds, they were cutting the budget altogether from the federal government as well. And this didn't end up passing, right? Like the money was saved when the Senate reviewed the budget. But it has an extreme chilling effect on people who are working in the area, right? It makes it hard to sort of make the decision to buy a book, make the decision to host a drag queen story hour, make the decision to include a gay book in your collection. Like, it makes it very, very scary, because you could be, there've been bills passed to put a bounty on librarians' heads for circulating child pornography. Things like that are sort of what library workers are facing. And so find ourselves right now on like, the world we want is more, of course, than the world that we already have, but also we need to preserve the right to read and the right to read stories about ourselves inside of the context that we currently find ourselves in, right? So we want to hold on to what we already have and then get to the point where we're asking and demanding more. Another note about the cuts to funding of libraries in Missouri, I think it's a good example of what the end game of this really is. It isn't just about banning the book, it's about getting rid of libraries altogether. And as in the US context, libraries are one of the last public institutions standing. We've got public schools that are being attacked constantly and privatized, charter schools, voucher systems, all of those things. The library is the last one sort of standing. That until the last year and a half, everybody had a good feeling about the library, because who could dislike being able to check out a book or taking your kid to a story time? But the end game is to eliminate public.
It actually really is rather brilliant of Marxists to specifically target public libraries, because public libraries are something that most people just don't even think about. They don't think of them as having a political agenda because they're effing libraries. Like, it's like books. And people don't think about the fact that the power of librarians in community libraries, where, like, in my town growing up, I grew up in a small town in Vermont. We had a little town library. I actually had an internship. I did like volunteer work at the local town library, just this like little house that was like in the middle of the town and had a couple floors, and you just go in and you find books, you read books, and like all these different books, and most of them were old, and you don't think about the origin of the books. You don't think about like the books, you're like where the books come from in your reading groups. You just want something to do. You want to be entertained. You want to be informed, whatever. I was always a reader growing up. Like I was reading. Like, I was that kid that would read books for fun in class, and my teachers in class would get pissed off at me because I was reading books for fun because the class was too easy for me. So I would like read books while they were teaching. They'd take my books away and stuff like that. And it's like, you don't even think about where these things are coming from and what types of ideas they're pushing through these systems, because it's just a library. And I don't know about you guys, but like, when I go into a library, I'm just like, oh my God, there's so many books, and like I want to read all of them, and I want to like learn all this stuff, and and I don't think about the political nature of it, because it never occurred to me that libraries were being effing run by Marxists. It never occurred to me. How many people are in that position?
Institutions altogether, eliminate public goods and public resources. And so the idea of simply closing the library in response to these book bans, which we're seeing as a tactic in lots of places in the US, that's about the future they want, one without public institutions and without public goods. So how are we going to win? I want to talk for a minute about organizing and introduce some of the basic skills that I have learned from my own career. So this is an image from the lockout at Long Island University's Brooklyn campus. In 2016,
I agree,
I was a member of the
I agree.
unionized library faculty at the university. on a Wednesday, I'm sitting at my office checking my email, and I get an email from Ed Keene, who was the librarian on the negotiating committee for that contract. And he says in his email, Emily, as of Friday, they're going to lock us out. So I think that labor knowledge is a little more robust in the UK. So I think, and would love to hear more about that in the conversation time that we're going to have in a few minutes. But I didn't know what a lockout was. I had to Google it. So I Googled lockout and learned that what it meant for me and for my colleagues was that as of Friday, we were all effectively fired. Our paychecks were eliminated. Our health insurance was canceled. We don't have a robust public option in the United States. So your health coverage is tied to your employment. And without employment, you don't have health coverage. We had a member with her husband was in the hospital with end-stage lung cancer. We had pregnant faculty members for whom the lack of health care is a life and death situation. And so when they instituted the lockout, I heard very clearly the message they were sending, which was that it didn't matter whether we lived or died. What mattered was the bottom line for the university in terms of its profit and its surplus, in terms of money, budget, not people. So we couldn't check our email. We couldn't log on to our online classes. We couldn't enter campus. Everything was blocked for us. It was an intense knockdown, drag out fight that I have shared about a lot because it really shaped my political analysis. And I learned a lot about how to organize. And I learned a lot about how to build the collective power necessary to push back
Collective is a Marxist word.
those kinds of sort of.
Anytime you hear someone using the term collective, particularly in conjunction with the term power, so collective power, that's a key word that you need to just keep in the back of your head, because really Marxists are the only ones who use the term collective. It's like collective versus individualism. They believe in collectivism. We believe in individualism. So just keep that in the back of your mind. This is the only political group that uses it.
Uniform exercises of power. So this is an image from the biggest rally that we had just a couple of days before management agreed to end the lockout and let us back to work. And this is an image that looks like social change to me. You've got a kid with a bullhorn, you've got a bunch of people with signs, the crowd is huge and milling about in front of the entrance. This is what social change looks like, right? If we want the world to be what we want, we're going to have to do some of this. But how do we get here? I want to talk a little bit about that. So here's an image, grainy, I know, from a unemployment insurance sign-up fair that we held as part of a campaign of escalating actions as we built the power necessary to end the lockout. We invited everybody down to a central location in downtown Brooklyn, just a few blocks from campus, and worked with people one-on-one to sign them up for unemployment insurance. So you're looking at a room of faculty. Most of them had never applied for unemployment insurance. And most of them are faculty, so you know that they had difficulty completing online forms. I think this is like universal for academic libraries everywhere. Like, you ask a faculty member to fill out your interlibrary loan request form, your information.
Wait, you guys are faculty members? You guys are teachers? You guys are teaching the next generation of students, and you're telling me you aren't smart enough to fill out an online form? If you want to know why colleges are so messed up, this might be part of the reason.
Information literacy session request form, every time they do it wrong. If there are faculty in the room, I'm sorry. My faculty girlfriend's in the kitchen right now, so I hope she didn't hear me. So we had this unemployment fair. The librarians were super tight, super active. I don't know if it's true in the UK, but in the US, if there's a labor action happening, the librarians are at the center of it. And we were helping people fill out their online forms for unemployment insurance. So
this
how
is
do we
like
get
how
from
they always
here
mess up
to
technology.
here? My colleague Syed, who thought gathering for unemployment insurance was a silly thing to do and not about social change, was standing outside the university alone with a picket sign. And he was there when he saw the students begin walking out in protest of the lockout, which made sense, right? Because they, many of them had come to New York City to go to college for access to some of the best sort of arts and culture faculty in the world.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Jen. Jen, thank you. I got a jam, Hurricane Hillary, and the wind is starting to affect my internet connection. I'll check in Monday. Have a great and safe weekend. Hugs. Thank you, Jen. Stay safe. I'll see you soon.
A contemporary dance class that was normally taught by an Alvin Ailey dancer that was then taught by, they put someone in the class as a scab, and it was the dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, who is an 84-year-old trained biologist. So just a little bit different from an Alvin Ailey trained dancer. So he called and said, hey, the students are walking out, and everybody you see in this picture stood up, left the room, and walked to campus to join the students who were walking out. And it was the biggest action that we had. And I think you could ask a lot of people what ended the lockout, and a lot of people would point exactly to this rally. And it was only possible because we were organized. And one of the ways we were organized is because we were working to meet each other's needs. And in that community building that we had everybody together, sort of physically and materially, and we had sort of shown each other that we had each other's
This has about
backs,
20 more
right?
minutes.
So it was
20 minutes.
the collective action piece came more from this than from this, even though this is the popular image of what social change looks like. So one organizing tool, right, is making sure that we stick together and finding ways to bring people together to meet needs that may not necessarily be linked to the political change that we want or the policy change that we want, but are about keeping us all together. So how do I get everybody in this room? Spreadsheets. So when we are building towards mass action, there are actually techniques and tactics we can use to know the size of the collective that we've built and to understand how we're going to activate that group around certain kinds of demands. So this is our spreadsheet from the September 8th unemployment action. In this spreadsheet, we listed every single person in the library unit, or in the faculty unit. So every single person who had been locked out and had a stake in whether or not we were going to end a lockout and get back to our offices and get back to earning salary and health insurance. So you list everyone and then you assess everyone. So you'll see on the right, this current assessment, it was an assessment based on the demand, will you come to the unemployment action? So that's the question we ask every single member of the unit. And I can't say that enough. I'm going to say it again, every single member of the unit. Any of us have put together a Facebook party and 80 people said they were going to come and 3 people showed up, a library program where you have a dozen RSVPs and nobody comes. I'm a little nervous about my inaugural party this coming week because we've got 134 RSVPs, but what if nobody comes to my party, right? So you can't, it's not enough to simply put up a form and ask people to RSVP. Collective action and building that collective power requires talking to one another. And so for this case,
Exactly. She's talking about Alinsky, guys.
Are you going to come to the unemployment action? That's the question. We talked to people and ranked them on a scale of 1 to 5. Ones are people like me.
Socialists promote free programs like all the time, but it's not like even just free stuff through normal institutions. It's like meetups, it's presentations, it's, you know, poetry readings and shit. Like they have like a whole network of socialist bookstores. And so they'll bring speakers into the socialist bookstores. They'll do free presentations online. If you guys go back to the month of May on my YouTube channel, there is another YouTube channel called Red May. And throughout the entire month of May, we stream sniped Red May's content because Red May does a lot of socialism content during the month of May. They're a socialist group out of Seattle. We stream sniped their content because they're creating all this free socialist content during the month of May. These people create content all the time, and you can find it everywhere. You just need to look for it, you know?
Organizers. Like once the lockout hit, I was all in. I'm an all in kind of person. I was like 23 hours a day on the phone, really activated and energized by the urgency of the moment. So I'm a 1. I'm calling people to get them to the action. I'm calling people and asking them to call other people. I'm an organizer, and I'm a 1. 5s are people who don't want to do what you want to do, right? So they're the opposite of me. So if I'm organizing really hard to get people to come to the action, 5s are organizing really hard to get people to stay away from the action. So those are the 2 poles, and then you work inward. So 2s are people who are going to show up to the unemployment action, and maybe they'll bring a friend, but they aren't going to make calls to organize other people. And the 4s agree with the 5s. They're going to convince maybe one other person to stay away, but they're not going to do anything beyond that. And then the 3s are the people in the middle. I don't know, maybe I will, maybe I won't. So why am I assessing people like this? Well, it's because the unemployment action was both about mutual aid. It was about building a collective that could move as a single body, right? That we were able to move as a single body to the rally. But it's also about, it was also about sort of attracting media attention. We wanted people to see our power. We wanted evidence that we were organized. And part of the way you show that is by getting everybody together and having somebody take a shot of it, right? Like, this tells everybody that we're organized. So we don't want to do the unemployment action until we know we have enough people that it kind of won't be embarrassing, right? Like, it's a good idea. People are into it. They want to do it. And when we call everybody together, they'll all show up in the room, right? So you can do this for any kind of action that you're going to take. So when we were organizing to get people to vote yes on the contract, we did an assessment. When we were trying to find out whether or not we had enough people organized to continue staying out, right? And like striking again because of the contract was.
This might all seem boring, but this is actually really good information that you can use to organize people in your communities or your local stuff. So this might seem boring, guys, but like, I've learned more about opposition research from these people than I have from the right. These people train people on how to do opposition research. I've watched their presentations. I attended one in person. So learn what you can from these. Just use their tactics to organize people in your areas to fight these people.
Bad. We had a rally.
Oh, hang on. Got a super chat from Amelia. Thank you, Amelia. Why is it that when people on the right get this focused, it ends up being about race or whiteness? These people are so organized, it's insane. It's because influencers on the right have lied to their audience. It's because the biggest names and the loudest voices on the right have lied to their audience about what's going on. Either because they haven't fully investigated what's going on and they don't understand it, or because race is a really easy way to rile people up. And so these conservative influencers are using exactly the same tactics the left is doing. They're just using it on their side to try to rile people up. So they share their content, they get likes, they get clicks, they make more money. So, but ultimately, like, what I hope people see from stuff like this is that it really isn't about race. Socialists almost never talk about race in any real way. Every single time they say race, they say capitalism in the same sentence. And so it's like, I think it's a shame that so many influencers on the right have lied to their audience. And I think it's a shame that so many people have been deceived about what's going on. And I think the entire thing, like, I used to think that this was about race too. When I first started getting into it, I thought it was about race. Then I just started listening to their content and I realized, oh, it has nothing to do with race at all. It has nothing to do with it. And so it was only by listening to these people that I ascertained their true meaning. And sadly, I just don't think enough people on the right have taken the time to understand and investigate what is actually being said. And they don't know how to speak the language of socialists. And so they're lying to their audience about what's going on. And then everyone believes things that are wrong. And so they're constantly fighting the wrong problem. And it is a really big problem. So I would just say, like, for people watching right now, I'm sorry your influencers have lied to you, but please teach people in your community what this stuff really means. Because if you guys are fighting something that is not the correct problem, then it is inevitable that you'll lose.
are you going to come to the rally or not? And then, you know, we didn't have enough people come into the rally, so that told us that if you won't come to a rally, you're probably not going to go on strike, and that guided our decision making for our next action steps. So that assessment, you want to always be doing it, testing your power, seeing how many people you've got on your side, and making.
Are they lying or are they wrong? It's a little bit of both, Ken. A little bit of both. There are conservative influencers who know better, that use that lie to bait their audience. There are a lot more who simply have not done their homework. And from my position, like, I took the time to do my homework. I took the time to understand what I was talking about before I started talking on the internet. And so I don't actually have a lot of sympathy for people who just get it wrong, especially people who have been in this game longer than I have. I've been in this game three and a half years. 3.5 years. And I figured all this out. What excuses do people have who have been in this game for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, their entire career? I never set out to do this. I fell into this by accident. And in 3.5 years, I have developed a community and an audience that are 2 years ahead, at least, of where most people are in terms of understanding what these people are doing, because we actually listen to them. So what excuse do conservative influencers have who have been in this game a lot longer than I have for not understanding the bases that are going on? It's so frustrating. I can't even tell you.
Making sure that you're only moving forward when you have the power built to make that make sense. So I'm talking about this in the context of like a union strike or union lockout. But I use assessments for everything now. I'm always wanting to make sure I've got the power built before I move. And that could be like a big thing, you know, like a lockout or a strike, but it can also be small things. I think about any kind of a policy change that you've wanted to make in your library. The example I always use is the universal, I think, library issue of, will we purchase more staplers because staplers get stolen, or will we chain the stapler to the desk so nobody walks away with it, right? So that's the question. If I'm on the side of people who want to just simply devote more budget to staplers because we know our patrons need staplers and they just get lost and that's what it's about, and I've got 12 people in my department who have to sort of inform this decision, and our boss wants to chain the stapler, but I want us to push for more staplers, I would do the same thing. Make a list of all those 12 people, assess them relative to the demand. Will you stand with me as we argue, like in the meeting, that we're gonna get more staplers, right? Like, you want to have that stuff organized so that you know before you step out how likely it is that you're going to win. So that's, I think, the organizing tool that I learned during the lockout, that when we think about making change, when we think about winning, we have to think about assessing, figuring out who we need to pull together to get what we want, assessing them relative to a demand that we're making in the moment, and making sure that we have a campaign of escalating actions that we're always power testing about, right? Because I think this image is important, but it isn't the only way that we win. There's nothing organic about it. It has to be built and it has to be organized. That's sort of the thing that like sort of motivates my work inside of ALA right now, that motivates the talk that I'm giving to you right now, is a real belief that the only way that we are going to turn the tide against what we're facing right now is through mass action, and that mass action can be built. There are techniques and strategies and ways that we can do that, and most crucial is that we have to do that together. So I'm going to stop my share now.
Take questions, Emily. We love it when you do Q&A. You say the quiet part out loud when you do Q&A.
It worked. Did I stop my share? Okay,
you did.
Great. Yeah. So
thank you very much. While we give Ruth a minute to allow people to unmute themselves so they can stick their hands up, if people want to put questions in the Q&A as well. I'll just mention something while we're getting that going, which is that in the UK at the moment, this is really timely because we've got some quite long-running and ongoing strikes going on in the library and higher education world. At the moment, there's a strike on it. I think 2 of our members, Leeds and MMU, and there's a slightly wider strike at one of them tomorrow as well, involving lots of library staff. So I've got a very vague question while people are getting started, which is that people have built that impetus and that power base through the unions in the UK and got started and try and stick to it. But it's really hard to carry on the momentum as well. If you have any tips on how you carry on that enthusiasm and momentum to keep.
Savritz! I haven't seen you in a while, Savritz. I hope you're well. Imagine you needed a remaining population to be dumbed down on their own self-consumption, completely happy with big daddy government handouts. The worldly schism is meant to be permanent, by the way. Savritz, you are dead on as usual. I always appreciate your contributions. Thank you. It's good to see you again, my friend.
I mean, the one in Leeds at the moment is an ongoing strike because there's a marking and assessment boycott by lecturers. So they've said, we're going to work to rule, we're not marking anything. So the universities turned around and said, right, we're not paying you anything then. So there's 100% pay deductions, like people effectively getting sacked. So it's really hard to just carry on to keep that going with that sort of.
Absolutely. It is like solidarity is extraordinarily difficult, extraordinarily challenging. And
solidarity is also a socialist word. If you hear anyone using the word solidarity, they are most likely a Marxist.
Staying committed when sort of brute force is against you is a really tough call. So we had so we got back in after 12 days. The lockout ended and we were granted a contract extension. And we for another.
Hang on, did I just get another super chat or was I dreaming that? That might have been a dream. All right, never mind.
Year, and we continued to bargain. So all of the intense feelings people had during the lockout, once they got back to work, sort of vanished. And so the organizing push to get a stronger contract was really impacted by that. Because, like, to be honest, it's just like it's really hard. You know, it's very, very difficult to stay committed when you're up against it. In the lockout, we got docked a full month.
We should do that, Savritz.
I can't imagine an open-ended strike where you're not getting paid, like what that is like. But it speaks.
Savritz, I should have had you on when we watched the QAnon shaman. Savritz, maybe you can come on and we can watch QAnon shaman content. If you haven't, Savritz, if you haven't watched that interview that the QAnon shaman did with Michael Knowles, you need to watch it, like, for real. I'm trying to get the QAnon shaman on my channel. I'm working very hard. Everyone should tell the QAnon shaman he needs to come on my channel, honestly.
So the need to have done a lot of organizing in advance to ensure that we've built up sufficient strike funds that we can credibly strike for an extended period of time. It takes galvanizing people about different, like, drawing on like everybody, because it tends to fall on just a couple of people. Like, I would say the lockout was organized, like the fight against it was organized by like 5 of us. You know, it's exhausting. People run out of steam, they run out of energy. So it's the reason you're always trying to turn your 3s to 2s and your 2s to 1s. So you're expanding the number of leaders that can sort of carry the weight. And then the, like, very essential, I think, is that campaign of rising actions. So that you're always getting little wins along the way, because nothing feels better than a win. And if you go months without a win, that is just like, it's just devastating to the movement. So thinking about ways that we can get small wins in the process is crucial.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Got hands up to go to. Siobhan, do you want to unmute yourself and say anything?
Yes, thank you so much for that keynote. That was absolutely brilliant. And I think, as one of the librarians who will be on the picket line tomorrow, thank you so much for your support. It really means the world, and also to my colleagues who are currently out. What I wanted to ask, and it may have been mentioned, my insight cut out a bit, would you have any advice for us?
Well, okay. So Phyllis Speak says, imagine all the time wasted with all this focus on striking instead of actually doing the work you were hired for. What you don't understand is that these people have different values than you do. So they don't consider it to be a waste of time because they have fundamentally different values. Guys, what are the values of the woke left? What are the 4 goals of the woke left in the chat? I know we've already talked about it once or twice on this stream. The 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. So, if your goals and your values are to gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, and usher in your Marxist utopia, then striking is actually a positive thing because striking is about gaining power and destabilizing the system. Doing the job you are hired for does not gain you power and it does not destabilize the system. Our actions follow the things that we care about, the things that we consider to be important. And just because someone has different values than you do doesn't mean they're insane. It doesn't mean they're unhinged. It simply means they have different values and their actions are going to follow those values. So it makes perfect sense that Marxists would want to strike instead of work because striking gains them more power and destabilizes the system. Does that make sense? Good to see you, Brian. Welcome.
As to what we can do in our day-to-day to positively disrupt the library and contribute to in changing our environment, especially to those of us who don't hold institutional powers, so say assistants and admin support, those of us who don't have managerial power and don't have the ability to make policy change. What do we do every day to bring positive disruption and action to our life?
What about boycotting and the smash and grab in stores? It gains them more power and it destabilizes the system and it also attacks capitalism at the same time. Guys, I promise you, I don't repeat the 4 goals of the woke left for my own personal health or benefit. I am slowly being driven mad by repeating the same 4 things every single day for the past 2 years. I don't constantly tell you that the 4 goals of the woke left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, and usher in the Marxist utopia for me. I do it for you, right? Because once you understand the 4 goals of the woke left, then you will understand why they do everything they do. The boycotting, the smash and grab, the theft from the stores, the not prosecuting the theft from the stores. That is all designed to gain power and to destabilize the system and to attack capitalism. So they're getting 3 goals in one. The smash and grab from the stores is incredibly powerful because it's 3 goals in one. Listen, the woke left is always trying to achieve one, if not more, of those goals. If they can achieve more of those goals with one tactic, that tactic is incredibly valuable. That's why they decriminalize theft. It's why they're not prosecuting it, because it gains power, it destabilizes the system, and it attacks capitalism. 3 goals for the price of 1. That's why it's so important you guys memorize the 4 goals. I don't just say it for my health. I say it because repetition is necessary for memorization. And once you memorize the 4 goals, and if you only memorize 1, it's destabilize the system because that's what they're working on right now primarily. Once you understand and memorize those goals, you're going to see them show up everywhere, and it will explain why the left does everything they do.
Grace. Yeah, I'll say 2 things about that.
Oh,
First,
hang on.
I've never
apologize. Savrit sent another super chat. Savrit says, I've done for the foresight of events. Thank you, Savrit. The remaining population is meant to be a permanent, dumb zombie consumers after American Eagles becomes a phoenix after the death of the old regime. Well, that's a little ominous, Savrit. I appreciate the super chat, though. Thank you.
I had a brief period of managerial power. 2 years during the pandemic, I was in charge of my library. And it turns out that having a pro-labor person in a management position is important. It is like, people with that kind of titular power will often tell you they don't have it, but you do, right? And, you know, I know that we've got the ALN board listening in, and it is possible to be pro-labor in a management position. I did it. I was able to move 3 people up in title simply by enforcing the contract, which is what management and labor both should be doing at all times. And so moving people up in title, that means they get paid more and they have better job security, and they had been working and not being compensated for the level of work they were doing. And it's a ton of paperwork, and it's the kind of thing that managers never really feel up to doing because it's like easier to not do it. But enforce the contract if you're in a management position. That's really crucial and important. But other than that 2-year stint, and when I applied for the full-time job, they gave it to somebody else. So clearly they didn't want me in that spot, because you don't, you know, the people up here tend to not like pro-labor managers. But
Marxists.
And it's, sorry, it's my early morning, so I'm just speaking freely about that. But for those of us who don't have managerial power, that's where the collective power piece is the only way to think about it and conceive of it. So even in contexts where you don't have the singular power to change policy, you do have group and collective power to push for things. So I think about meetings, for example, like a meeting where we're going to discuss a proposed new policy. That meeting is a performative space where workers are going to say something and management's going to say something, and management's eventually going to decide. Like, it doesn't feel good, like we don't like meetings. But if we think about meetings instead as like a performance of the power we've built as workers before we come into the meeting, then the meeting gets a lot more interesting. So you've got a policy change that you want to make, management doesn't want to make it. If you could get everybody in the unit to come to the meeting, and we've agreed that we have one sort of pitch we're going to say, like,
she does a little
we
bit,
need
doesn't
to have
she,
more
Evelyn?
staplers because it's an equity issue, or whatever the policy change is that you want to see. If you have every single person in the library coming to that meeting ready to say that same thing and the reasons they want it from their perspective, like on the system side, I know that we need more staplers so that I don't have to program the stapler function on the photocopier, which is always breaking, right? Like, there's a systems rationale, there's a catalog or whatever, right? Like, if you have everybody in that meeting saying the same thing, it becomes harder for management to say no, right? Not always, you're not always going to win, but I think that's where, like, I take those collective organizing principles into the into every sort of part of my library life, because that's where we work, that's where organizing takes place. I can't change the world, right? But I can advocate in my library for things like longer hours, better staff, like policies like eliminating late fees. All of those kinds of things become organizing issues. And when we organize together, we like each other a lot more. That's the other like side effect of all of this, is like denser and thicker connections with our colleagues, which I think is crucial in these moments. Like, I'm reading in the chat about the Leeds strike. Like, we're going to need everybody supporting everybody at Leeds, and the best way to do that is for us to have a pre-existing relationship over something that was maybe less intense, about opening hours or whatever. I don't know. That's my thought, but I don't know if you have others, Siobhan, that you want to share. I'm happy to talk to another question.
Fab, thank you. Next one's a written one, so we've got one in the QA,
Okay.
which is appropriate for this time in the morning to you. It says, how does it impact you to always be the organizer? It must be exhausting. How do you encourage others to be organisers to share that burden more equitably?
Yeah, that's why organizers go in and out, right? Like, I am all in for this ALA thing. I've been organizing my hiney off for a year, and I've got another year. And then when it's done, I'm going to take a big long rest. So it's important to acknowledge that we can't always be organizing. I think the best way so as an like somebody who organizes things, I love being organized. I don't know if other people feel that, but when people organize me, I'm like, thank you, that was amazing. So I have a friend, Jenna, who is a really kind of diehard blood donor, you know, and like, it's important. Donating blood is crucial. I've had cancer a few years ago, and the blood of other humans like kept me up on my feet for a big part of my treatment. And the way she organized me was by asking me to go with her. She said, Emily, I'm going to go donate platelets. Do you want to come with me? And I was like, well, sure. I want to hang out with Jenna. So I think one of the things that, like, ask people to do it with you and go with you and try to get them engaged that way. So like I need a ton of people to help me with this ALA thing, right? And I had a like campaign group and now I have an advisory group, and doing things with them together that are like social and fun, but also about getting wins together. So for the first time, I think maybe ever, we're going to have some well, not first time, maybe ever. I keep thinking that like, if you look at the history of the American Library Association, it's actually pretty radical, but we're going to be hosting two
It's radical, is it? That means socialist, radical means socialist.
And we're able to do that pro-union programming because I've got a lot of people who are pro-union. They know that I'm pro-union. We've been organizing together. You know, we get some wins together. We laugh together. It's just the comradeship is what's really crucial.
Comradeship!
Like those.
Comradeship. For those who don't know, we about probably, what was it, like a month and a half, 2 months ago on Socialism Saturday, we did a 3-part class in what it means to be a good comrade. Because for those who are new to watching socialism, socialists really do call themselves comrade. They really do. It's like a point of honor. It's an honorarium. It's a political title. So anytime you hear someone calling someone else a comrade, they're probably a socialist. And of course, socialism is the transitional method to get to capital, or communism rather, not capital. Oh gosh. Socialism is the transitionatory method to get to communism. So I kind of group them all together. But anytime you hear someone say the word comrade, that is a real thing. They do really call each other comrades. It is a title of honor that distinguishes you as having the same political ideology and being a political affiliate with the groups that they socialize with. So that is a very serious term. It's not just a joke. It's not something that's just said flippantly. So pay attention whenever someone calls you comrade.
Those of you at Leeds, like how tight are you now with your colleagues because you've been through and you continue to go through something together? And so, building those connections prior to a big action, I think is important. But yeah, ask somebody to go with you and make it fun. It's not all dire all the time. My friend Leah, Comrade Leah, and I, the ALA president thing is sort of our joint project.
Comrade Leah and I, the ALA president thing is our joint project. So there's not just one comrade leading the American Library Association. There's 2, apparently, according to the current president of the American Library Association. Savritz says, thank you again, Savritz. God and Eden, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. That's really nice, Savritz. Thank you for that little intermission. All right, guys, we have got about 4 minutes left of this presentation. If you've made it this far, you might as well finish out Socialism Saturday for this week. Again, mount that like button if you have not already. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel on whatever platform you're watching on, whether that be YouTube, Odyssey, Rockfin, or Rumble. Thank you again for all the new people from Grandpa that he sent me on Truth Social, apparently, and on Rumble. I appreciate you guys showing up. We do Socialism Saturday every single Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So come watch Real Socialists with us. And I do stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time, where we talk about this stuff. We talk about the general leftists. We talk about lots of stuff on this channel. I do hope you guys will stick around for anyone that's new to me, but definitely come back for Socialism Saturday every week if you come back for nothing else. And I really do appreciate it.
And I'd say what really helped us win is that all we do is laugh. We just make each other laugh constantly. So have a comrade.
Have a comrade, guys.
That's brilliant. That's great advice.
Have a comrade.
Anybody else want to stick their hand up before I go to the next written one? I'll jump to the next one, which might be the last one. We might squeeze 2 in. We'll see. So this question's from Catherine in the chat, which is about when it's the right time to sort of start talking rather than protesting. It's when do you decide the time is okay to accept, to be flexible, to start the negotiations?
Oh, let me You know, I don't know. That kind of thing is so particular, you know.
Mm.
What I'd say is like, you knew. Oh my God, Evelyn, I'm sorry, I'm getting caught up in the chat. But Evelyn, that's the question that I ask myself constantly. Why don't the right burn out? You know what? The answer is to that question, they have organized money behind them. That is the answer. If we had
See, this is so hilarious. These people said the same thing at the Socialist Reproductive Justice Conference I went to. They had all these panels about like right-wing activism, right-wing activism, right-wing activism. And the universal line for these people is, do you know why the political right is so effective? They've got all this money behind them. Bro, I was I was never a conservative, but like I was like a pretty like known person in conservative circles for like a full year during an election year, and I'm still waiting for that check to show up. I'll tell you what, I'm still waiting for that fucking PragerU money to show up. Where was my check? These people think that conservatives have well-funded fucking activists. That is the ironclad law of woke projection in action. Conservatives have grifters. Most conservative so-called activists are just trying to grift. They don't actually care about anything. It's so effing stupid. Let's just listen to that one more time. I have to listen to that again because it's just like every single time these people are like, the right wing has all this funding. I'm like, sure. Yes, they did, but I wasn't that upset about it because honestly, doing that video was one of the worst mistakes I ever made. I meant well when I did it. I really thought I was doing the right thing, but it was a very big mistake. And so that was all like, that all worked out perfectly, Trendolin. I have no hard feelings because fuck PragerU. They're massive fucking hypocrites so far as I'm concerned. PragerU doesn't believe in individual liberties. Like, exactly.
Evelyn, that's the question that I ask myself constantly. Why don't the right burn out? You know what? The answer is to that question, they have organized money.
No, they don't, honey.
Answer. If we had organized money,
we would have a lot more
chance to rest. But I think like the project of deciding when
Thank
to
you,
move,
Sarah.
like
I
when
appreciate
to
it.
go out for the rally, when to return to the table, when to, all of those things are determined by a sort of constant reflection on the power that we've built. So you can only stay out on strike as long as a super majority of people are out on strike with you, right? Because it doesn't make, if I withhold my labor, but a bunch of other people are sort of turning in grades anyway, because like whatever, that they need their paycheck, like, which is legitimate and speaks to the need for, you know, not tying survival to employment. But like that is just based on how much power we've got. So at the end of our lockout, we negotiated a new contract that we continued to negotiate. The contract was not good. It was not a whole lot better than what we had resisted in the first place. But the reason that we signed it, I believe, is that we didn't have enough people that were sort of organized and galvanized to stay sort of on strike or on the, like, that burnout is really real. And so it's why you're always constantly testing your power. So we had this rally, and it was like a rally for a fair contract. And we, it was supposed to rain. I ordered like 100 ponchos for 100 people that would come out to the protest from the faculty. And I think I handed out maybe 20 ponchos.
Mm.
So that told me that we weren't ready to strike for sure, and that we had to return to the negotiating table. So, but those kinds of, like, it's Monday morning quarterbacking. If you've been involved in any kind of labor action like this, you know, you get back in and immediately people are like, you should have stayed out. We should have gotten more. And that's just part of what a union is. That's part of what you want. Actually, you want at the end of a negotiation, you want people to be demanding more from the union, because those are the people who are going to sort of take over the organizing piece on your way out. Yeah. But you're always sort of guessing.
Yeah, and that nicely ties together with that element in the chat as well about how the far right can just keep the emphasis up, because they just have to pay somebody to to do stuff, don't they? They've got the money, they've got the commitment, whereas we have
They
to
don't have the
solidarity
money.
all the time
They don't.
to resist. So
They don't.
our time's up. Thank you so much for that, Emily. That was fantastic.
That was fantastic, Emily. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, I did find the shawl that I wore in the PragerU video, which I did hand knit myself, which is a beautiful color. People are commenting on the color. It's a beautiful color. And I love this shawl, even if I don't like the video that it's permanently associated with forever, like whatever. Whatever, guys. Listen, we all make mistakes. We all learn through experience. I learned that I will never be used by the right wing again to shill for their nonsense, because I think that both the right and the left are crazy. But guys, that is going to conclude our Socialism Saturday for tonight, just under 3 hours of time. Again, or 4 hours of time, rather. Again, guys, thank you for joining me tonight. I do really appreciate it. Please do make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Please make sure you have mounted that like button if you have not already. And of course, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And I will have a newsletter going out tomorrow with the link to the supporter Discord, with the link for the community Zooms, all that good stuff. If you want to support the work I'm doing and get access to the supporter Discord and also everything else that I do for my supporters, which includes 2 Zoom calls every single week, which includes writers group in the community on Thursdays and a couple other surprises here and there, then please do make sure you support my work by becoming a member at $8 a month or $80 a year. You can also become a member of this here YouTube channel. You can become a member of my locals. You can become a member of my Patreon. But guys, I am looking forward to movie night tomorrow. And we'll be watching The Breakfast Club in my supporter Discord on the way at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. So please make sure you come and join us for movie night in the supporter Discord. We're going to have a great time. We do trivia. We do discussions about the movie. It's a great group of people. I will look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. And there may be a surprise stream tomorrow. I don't normally stream on Sundays, but there may be. I'm not guaranteeing anything. It really depends. There may be a surprise stream tomorrow. We'll have to see. But guys, that's all we have for tonight. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you soon. Bye.